Good afternoon and welcome to the meeting today. As usual, let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So members, you are reminded that the recording of the whole webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs, except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during all debates this afternoon. May I remind members, if they have mobiles, please turn them on to silent. Should your phone ring during the meeting, you will be asked to make a £20 donation to the Lord Mayor's charity. A finger buffet will be available in the banqueting suite when we break at approximately 16:35 to 15:05. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and other registrable interests relating to any items of business to be discussed at this meeting. Can all members please note that with regard to motion 12A, the monitoring officer has granted a dispensation to all members to enable a full and frank debate on the item. This relates to motion 12A only. Does anyone have any interest to declare on any of the other items on the agenda? Councillor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm interested to declare we get to the report of Transport for West Midlands to the Council appointed personal transport.
Thank you, that's noted.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got an interest to declare on item 11 as a work for Police Publishing.
Thank you, that's noted. Thank you. Noted. I move that the minutes of the extraordinary meeting of the Council held on the 30th of September 2022 and the meeting at the Council held on the 11th of October 2022, having been circulated to each member of the Council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
Lord Mayor?
Is he not? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. May I point out that on page 12, I think it is, of the one motion, that it's recorded in the minutes as declared to be lost when I think it was actually carried.
Right. Thank you, that's noted. Unfortunately, I again begin my announcements with some extremely sad news, as I must advise the Chamber of the death of two former colleagues. Firstly, former Councillor Honorary Alderman Hugh McCallan, who passed away on the 11th of September after a short illness. Hugh served as a councillor for Billesley Ward from 1972 to 1973 and King's Standing Ward from 1973 to 1990 and 2000 to 2006. During this time, he served on around 50 committees and subcommittees, several as chair as well as numerous outside bodies. He was deputy leader of the Labour group from 2004 to 2005 and became an honorary alderman on the 15th of May 1990. Hugh leaves behind his wife Peggy and their children and grandchildren. I move that this council places on record its sorrow at the death of Honorary Alderman Hugh McCallan and its appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The Council extends its deepest sympathy to Hugh's wife Peggy and all of his family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute's silence? I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to Honorary Alderman Hugh McCallion. Councillor Martin Brooks.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My first memories of Hugh McCallion date back to the 1970s, when I was a new and very raw secretary of what was then the Birmingham District Labour Party, and he was the chair of the City Council Housing Committee. My early impressions of him have never changed. A committed, kind person, albeit with a rather wicked sense of humour. Hugh was one of the generation of working class councillors from my party that helped shape the city in the latter part of the 20th century. He was a passionate advocate for public housing. He knew that decent housing conditions are some of the most important factors in improving the life chances of ordinary people, their health, educational and job prospects. And during his tenure of the Housing Committee, the city built thousands of public houses. So I do apologise, public sector houses. I'm sure Hugh would have forgiven me for that mistake. But it wasn't his only interest. Amongst other commitments, he served on the City Council's Bank Committee, which managed the Birmingham Municipal Bank and its 70-plus branches across the city, and for a time chaired that committee. Hugh and his wife Peggy hailed from the settlement of Newton Stewart in County Tyrone, that part of Ireland where, as the old song goes, the mountains of Mourne sweep down to the sea. And he might have had a very different life because he successfully applied to study at the prestigious Trinity College in Dublin. But instead, he crossed the waters to England. Not unlike the predecessors of probably many people sitting around the council chamber today, who came to this country to contribute to the life of our towns and cities. The McCallions lived in a number of places, including Coventry, before settling in Birmingham, where he and Peggy married at St Chad's Cathedral in 1954. Hugh worked at Bullpits, the makers of Swan kettles, which later became Moulinex, and was an active member of the AEU, the Amalgamated Engineering Union. And it wasn't too long before, in his own words, he felt the lure of politics. He joined the Labour Party shortly after that and was elected to the City Council in 1972, as has already been said, initially representing Billesley. He and his family then moved to King's Standing, where they live to this day, and he represented that ward on the City Council initially until 1990. In those days, councillors were unpaid and lost time off from having to take time off at work because of public duties. And like many working people of his generation, he made great sacrifices to represent his local community alongside trying to earn a living. And obviously his family and other councillors' families also made those kind of sacrifices. For Hugh, it was about his civic duty. And that wasn't in any sanctimonious way, but because for him it was the right thing to do. Peggy told me of a time when they were sitting down to Christmas lunch, and he had a phone call from a King's Standing resident who was stranded in Northfield without money to get back to King's Standing. Without a second thought, he immediately went over to give that person a lift. Although he retired from the City Council in 1990, residents continued to arrive at the McCallion household with their problems, and he was eventually persuaded to return to political life. He again served as the King's Standing Councillor from 2000 to 2006, during which time he also served as Deputy Leader of the Labour Group. Hugh is remembered by many as a prolific poet. Those of us who knew him well also knew that he was always one for having the last word, as indeed he did at his own funeral, when he not only arranged the order of service, but also penned these concluding lines. The time has come for me to go and meet what lies beyond, although I must admit I'm reluctant to abscond. So many things left to do, though truth is to tell, I've lived a long and varied life. I hope I have lived it well. Rest in peace, Hughie Mack, after a life that truly was well lived. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Alden. Not on.
Not on yet?
Not on yet.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I rise on behalf of the Conservative Group to pay our tributes to Honourable Alderman Hugh McCallion, who for a 34-year period served on the Council for 24 of those years. It is perhaps ironic, though, that although over the years since he retired, I had many a political conversation back and forth with Hugh, we never actually served on the Council at the same time, Hugh retiring for the second time in the same year that I was elected in 2006. Instead, those conversations or debates that we'd have, instead of taking place here in the council chamber, would often take place in public meetings in Erdington constituency, or indeed often on his front drive. Hugh, when his health allowed, was always one to come out and ensure that whether it was myself or Gary Sandbrook MP who was delivering his road, we would always get a conversation with him about what he thought needed to happen in the world that day. Hugh served for a brief spell, 2 years, as a councillor for Billesley before transferring to King's Standing Ward. He originally retired from the council in 1990 due to work pressure in his role as an NHS manager, before returning, as has been mentioned already, for that second spell as a King's Standing councillor up to 2006, during which time he served a year as the deputy leader of the Labour Group in 2004 to 5. And his first spell on the council really is an A to Z of the committees from the past here in Birmingham, from the Bank Committee to the Establishment Committee, General Purposes to Lettings and Property Subcommittees. But it is perhaps his time in the outside bodies that raises the most of an eye. Perhaps a member of the Labour Group later can explain if his time from 1974 to 1982 on the various King Edward Schools boards was because he was a fierce defender of grammar schools, or perhaps a Trojan horse trying to bring them down from the inside. It was, however, during his time in the Bank Committee that the Birmingham Mail noted he perhaps had his biggest impact here in the city, where as chairman of National Bank he oversaw its privatisation to TSB. Despite being Sir Albert's deputy leader, Hugh was not afraid to speak truth to power, and he was proud of his adopted Birmingham. So it was perhaps no surprise to members of the council in 2013, despite having been retired for 7 years, when Hugh took to the Birmingham Mail to call on the then newish Labour administration to start selling the city instead of talking the city down. He was always one for making sure you talked up Birmingham and explaining why you should invest in our great city here. From his work citywide to his work locally in King's Standing, involved in local organisations like King's Standing Regeneration Trust or the North Birmingham Health Authority, all across the city, Hugh McCallion left his mark on our city. There is no doubt over his life that Honourable Alderman Hugh McCallion made a massive impact on Birmingham and in the wards he represented. On this side of the chamber, Lord Mayor, therefore, we give our thanks to Honourary Alderman Hugh McCain for his service to the city, and our thoughts and prayers are with his wife Peggy, his children, grandchildren, nephews and nieces. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Tilsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to be associated with the remarks that have been made about my friend, Hugh McCallion. As Martin Brooks started off, when I first met Hugh, he worked for Bull Pits, and then his skills were recognised and he moved into the NHS and became a manager. I have yet to find a single person in any chamber that I've sat in that had a bad word to say about Hugh McCallion, because he was liked and admired by all sections within this chamber. He was someone who gave an enormous amount to the city. He had a sense of humour. One or two may remember the sign in the Labour group office when you were in opposition, "No wellies beyond here." It said much about Hugh's approach to life, that within any situation there had got to be a little bit of humour. And I think the photograph that the family chose for his memorial had that whimsical smile that was Hugh McCallion. He was also a very perceptive individual about life. And I remember we appointed at the age of 40 a chief education officer, at the age of 40. Hugh's remark to him was, "And what are you going to do with the rest of your life? You've reached the top. You can't get any higher in local education. What are you going to do?" That was Hugh, someone who was able to cut to the quick and see the implications as far as life was concerned. As has been said, housing was his great love, really, and he had some very difficult situations to deal with. I remember very well, after the Birmingham pub bombings, that the accused families had to be moved very, very quickly because of the local outcry. But it was done with humanity. I'm sure Hugh would not let his service as chairman of the last chairman of the Bank Committee go without the comment that, "And we never had any compensation for the transfer of the Birmingham Municipal Bank to the Trustee Savings Bank," because I know that it was something that he and I felt very strongly about. Martin, unfortunately, has pinched my last line. It happens. So I'll leave the last word with Peggy. Life can sometimes be unkind as we treasure the years, but having you within our midst brought lots more joy than tears. Your gentle, giving nature was always to the fore. From loving wife to great-grandma, we couldn't ask for more. Hugh, thank you.
Next, it is with great sadness that I announce the death of former councillor David Bennett, who passed away on the 2nd of October after a short illness. David served as a councillor for Rotten Park Ward from 1980 to 1982, during which time he served on a number of committees. David leaves behind family members, including his brother and sister, and I know you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. That this council places on record its sorrow at the death of former councillor David Bennett and his appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The Council extends its deepest sympathy to members of David's family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute's silence? I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to David. Councillor Ian Ward.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the Labour Group, I would like to pay tribute to former councillor David Bennett, who, as you say, Lord Mayor, died on the 2nd of October this year after a short illness. Lord Mayor, David was a Liberal councillor, and I do mean councillor of the Liberal Party, because his time on Birmingham City Council came 8 years before the formation of the Liberal Democrats in 1988. Indeed, David's time on the council was back in the early 1980s at the time of the SDP Liberal Alliance. So it's perhaps understandable that not many people on the council today can remember working with David. But having said that, in his 2 years on the council, he did indeed play an active role, as you say, Lord Mayor, on the Appeals Committee, the Social Services Committee and the Birmingham Health Joint Committee. And like every councillor that passes through this local authority, David cared enough to stand for and work for his local community. In his case, the Rotten Park ward within Birmingham. Hundreds of councillors have sat in this chamber over the years, and the one common thread for each and every one of us is the dedication to make a contribution to the running of the city. Whatever our political affiliation, we are all striving to do our best for the people of Birmingham, and David was no exception to that. So on behalf of the Labour Group, I'd like to express our gratitude to David for his service to the City of Birmingham and express our condolences to David's family and friends. Thank you.
Councillor Deirdre Auden.
Lord Mayor, it's normally the protocol that the political party whose person it is goes first. So I feel a bit bad speaking before someone from the Liberals, but I do wish to speak afterwards for the Conservatives.
Thank you, Councillor Deirdre. I will call on Councillor Paul Tilsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor. It has always been the tradition in this chamber that the political affiliation of the deceased member is called upon to make the first tribute. We've just spoken about Hugh McCallion, who had a very public face of service to the community. I want to talk about David Bennett. David Bennett only served 2 years as a councillor in Rotten Park. He then stood in the 1982 elections when it was all up and came 5th in Ladywood behind Ken Hardiman and Dave Luscombe and Sir Albert Bohr. After Sir Albert Bohr and his colleagues had ousted Ken Hardiman and Dave Luscombe, a decision was made as to where that little band of colleagues went. And that little band of colleagues included Dave Bennett, David Presselton and Dave Luscombe, people whose names will be known, with the exception of David Presselton. And Dave Bennett made the comment, well, I've been coming all the way over here to help you. Why don't you come over to Yardley to help me? And so the little band moved over to Yardley. And the rest, as they say, is history. Because first of all, we won Yardley with Bill Doyle in 1986, and then Dave Luskin in 1988. Of course, there was a gap. And then it moved on to Sheldon, then it moved on to Acox Green and Fox Hollies. It culminated in 2005 in John Hemming being elected as the MP for Yardley. But it started from David Bennett saying, come to Yardley, and working through. Now, Dave was a private individual. He did a great deal of work on behalf of the party in Yardley. He did a great deal of work for his local residents when he was a councillor, and certainly tried in Ladywood. However, behind the scenes, he was the person that made things happen for a number of years. And from our point of view and our side, we owe a great deal of gratitude, because it's doubtful whether I would be standing here today if it hadn't been for the commitment of Dave Bennett and Dave Presselton and Dave Luskin, that little trio that moved from Ladywood into Yardley. So we owe a great deal to Dave Bennett, and I would like to place on record our condolences to his brother and his sister and his great friend, Dave Presselton. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Deirdre Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I rise on behalf of the Conservative group to pay tribute to former Liberal councillor David Bennett. David was elected to Birmingham City Council in 1980. He won Rotten Park ward by the tiny majority of 25, beating a sitting Labour councillor in the process. Although not a ward now, Rotten Park is a historic part of the city, first mentioned in 1275. When the ward name disappeared, the area was carved up between Ladywood and Edgbaston wards. Now, it roughly coincides with the ward called North Edgbaston. Edgbaston Reservoir was originally called Rotten Park Reservoir, and the Icknield Port Loop on the canals was called the Rotten Park Loop. In political terms, at the time David Bennett was elected, the ward was a battleground between the Liberals and Labour, hence David's narrow majority. During his 2 years on the council, David served on the Appeals Committee, Social Services and the Birmingham Joint Health Committee. But change was afoot in the form of new boundaries, and this resulted in all-out elections in 1982, meaning David didn't get his normal term of 4 years. Now the ward was to be known as Ladywood. David was on a slate of candidates now called Liberal/SNP, including David Luscombe, who was leader of the Lib Dems in Birmingham for some years, and Ken Hardiman, who later became a Conservative councillor elsewhere in the city. David Luscombe and Ken Hardiman were duly elected, but David Bennett lost out to a young Labour firebrand by the name of Albert Bore, who clinched second place in the poll. David Bennett never returned to the council, so I didn't know him personally. But on behalf of the Conservative group, I would like to thank him for the time he gave to representing his constituents and for being part of Birmingham City Council. David died at the beginning of October in Torbay Hospital while on holiday in the area. On behalf of the Conservative group, I would like to send condolences to his family members, including a brother and a sister, and to his friends at this sad time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Next, I have some good news, as I'm pleased to announce that the Perry Bar Residential Scheme has been named RICS Residential Project of the Year for 2022. I'm sure you will join me in congratulating all of those involved in this achievement. We now move on to the agenda item relating to petitions. I move that the petitions presented before the meeting to be received and referred to the relevant Chief Officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Could I ask those of you who want to present petitions to press your speak button so that you will be shown on the list on my screen? I will now invite members who want to present petitions to this afternoon to do so. Please, can you clearly state the details of the petition and which director or directorate the petition relates to? And may I remind you that it is not an opportunity to make a speech. Could I also ask you to ensure that your name is on the front page of the petition? Please present your petition and a member of the committee service team will collect it from you. Can I call on Adrian Delaney?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition here from residents of Franklin and the Great Park Ward, the petition objecting to planning application for building 70 houses on recreation ground off Berlin Road. Can I ask that goes to the Planning Department?
Councillor Marcus Bernasconi.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I present a petition on behalf of the Southfield community against reckless speeding, requesting the installation of speed reduction measures to prevent dangerous speeding on Southfield Road and in the wider neighbourhood. I request that this petition be sent to the Highways Department.
Councillor Ragbib Azia.
Lord Mayor, I wish to present a petition signed by 1,600 residents of my Bowes Green Ward. The residents of Bowes Green Ward demand Birmingham City Council to urgently refurbish the Smallheath Wellbeing Centre, restore the swing butts and make improvements to the leisure and sporting facilities. Lord Mayor, I request that this petition is forwarded to the relevant department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Rob Pocock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions. The first is from residents of Longmoor Road in the Vesey ward. They're very concerned about the poor state of the pavements in their road, and they're calling on the City Council and its contractors to improve the quality of the pavements to be safer for all residents. The second petition I have on behalf of residents of the Sutton Vesey ward is a petition against planning application 2022-07573 PA, which concerns a monster mobile phone mast, which is scheduled to appear on Monmouth Drive. They're concerned about the visual intrusion of this mast and the dangers arising from the distraction of traffic along that road. Could I ask that that petition be presented to the Planning Department? Thank you.
Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wish to submit a petition on behalf of 15 residents on Newham Close in Neachills. The petition calls on Birmingham City Council's Highways team to undertake more enforcement on the road and to explore a long-term parking solution which will benefit residents and improve road safety. I ask that this is passed on to the Highways Department.
Councillor Deborah Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to submit a petition to the Highways Department on behalf of the elderly residents of Guardian and Edmonds Court on Moat Lane, Yardley. They request traffic management measures to be installed on Moat Lane, including a pedestrian crossing due to the high speeds of vehicles on this road. And I'm pleased to welcome resident Mr Keith Palmer to the Chamber today to represent his neighbours in their campaign.
Thank you. Councillor Mumtaz Hussain Moo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This petition is for urgent action and increasing policing in Birchfield Road. With the undersigned request, urgent action is taken in addition to increased policing for a safer neighbourhood to stop drug dealing and assaults in the alleyways behind Birchfield Road, B19. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Catherine Ayo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition to go to the Planning Department signed by 150 residents regarding retaining the historic police station in Billesley, which is on a new residential development site. This is to go to Planning Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 3 petitions. The first is from residents of Druids Heath and the Druids Heath and Moneyhall Forum, who are petition saying to build first, that any new social housing built in Druids Heath is built before any further tenants go through eviction, ensures residents get to move to a new house in one move, stay in the area, reducing stress and anxiety that accompanies any move. And I want that to go to the Leader of the Council. And secondly, a petition from residents of Millpool Gardens, who are petitioning the Council to get some bushes cut back that have been growing and have not been cut back for years. And thirdly, and that's to go to the Highways Department, Lord Mayor. And thirdly, a petition from residents of Broad Lane and the surrounding area calling on the Council to reconsider its view that Broad Lane has not had enough accidents to warrant traffic calming, change the criteria on which road safety schemes are decided, so roads like Broad Lane that need traffic calming aren't missed out, and in consultation with residents, assess what traffic calming measures are needed for nearby roads and install them as soon as possible. And I'd like that to go to the Highways Department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Are there any more petitions? Please raise your hands. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? A petition update has been made available electronically. I move that the petitions update be noted and those petitions for which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? The next item is to deal with oral questions. We now have questions from members of the public. The indicative time for this item is 20 minutes. There are 5 questions today. Is that correct? Still 5? Yes, as far as I'm aware. Okay. The first question is for the Cabinet Member of Transport, Councillor Liz Clements, from Mr. Stephen Salter, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Salter, could I ask you to put your question, please?
It doesn't appear to have arrived, Lord Mayor.
Sorry?
It doesn't appear to have arrived.
Okay. Mr. Salter is not in attendance, and therefore his questions will be responded by a written question. Thank you. The second question is for the Cabinet Member for Children, Young People and Families, Councillor Karen McCarthy, from Rachel Palmer, who is in attendance to today's meeting. Rachel, could I ask you to put your question, please?
So wanting to remove Springfield House School residential facility, which is a valuable asset to the local authority and the children of Birmingham. These children cannot attend mainstream resources due to their social and emotional needs. The children are deficits in social situations, social acceptable behaviour, and require a high adult intervention. Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Karen McCarthy to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Ms Palmer. The Springfield House boarding provision is for any pupils who have it named in Section 1 of their Education, Health and Care Plan, or EHCP. The school has not had any pupils on roll that have boarding as part of their EHCP for many years. The Council is continuing to fund the unfilled boarding places from the high needs block, which continues to be under pressure. This is currently around £480,000 per year. The Council is proposing to remove the Springfield House boarding provision and recently undertook a consultation that closed on the 20th of October 2022. The boarding buildings are not fit for purpose, and should the proposal be accepted, would be repurposed to enhance the education of pupils on roll. By not focusing on the boarding provision, the school has been helped to focus their resources on their education improvement journey, moving from inadequate in 2020 to good in 2022. The access to extracurricular activities, learning through play and social interaction should be part of the day-to-day curriculum offer. Transport provision and the nature of special schools does not always allow them to offer the same level of extracurricular and wraparound educational opportunities as a mainstream school. However, the school does offer a residential trip during the summer holidays and many day trips to develop pupils' social skills. If a child has been identified as requiring boarding provision or respite through social care assessment, Birmingham Children's Trust works with parents to identify relevant provision that meets the child's needs. But as I've stated earlier, the boarding provision was established to offer this provision to those pupils with this need named in their EHCP. Thank you.
Third question is for the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Liz Clements, from Mr Barry Fisher, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Mr Fisher, could I ask you to put your question, please?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like a response from the Council regarding in relation to the poor road surface work on the Crescent Road. This was due to a gas connection made by a company called Cadent and was completed on the 28th of the 4th, 21. The houses involved are 281, 283, 285, 285A, 287 and 289. Heavy goods vehicles pass over this bump and they are causing vibrations to these houses. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Liz Clements to reply.
Hello, Mr Fisher. Welcome to the Council and thank you for taking the trouble to come and ask me the question in person. So we are aware of the Cadent Gas Works. It was a utility reinstatement on Queslet Road in your area, near the properties that you've listed. That these reinstatement works are currently being investigated because they're believed to be substandard. So once the Council has carried out the investigation, we will require Cadent Gas to rectify the substandard works as soon as possible. And please be assured that in the meantime, we'll keep you updated, Mr Fisher, on the progress of the investigation. So thanks again. No, there's no supplementary.
Sorry. Mr Fisher. Mr Fisher, could I ask you to sit down, please? Thank you, Mr Fisher. Could you please sit now? Fourth question, again, is for Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Liz Clements, from Mr Keith Palmer, who is in attendance today. Mr Palmer, could I ask you to put your question, please? Is he not here?
Yeah, he's just trying to move to the microphone.
On behalf of the 200 signatories on the petition being presented, I would like to ask Councillor Liz Clements to make funding available to enable the installation of pedestrian crossing aids and the physical speed controls along Moat Lane and Barrows Lane Yardley. The speed of motorists along these roads, which has been highlighted by a recent speed check, which showed 10% of vehicles travelling over speed limit, one recorded at 76 miles per hour, makes the crossing of these roads very daunting for the local elderly, as well as mothers with children and children on their own. At present, there are no safe crossing aids along these roads. Do we have to wait for there to be fatalities before funding is supplied to allow measures to take place to reduce risks for pedestrians and residents? Thank you.
I call upon Councillor Liz Clements to reply.
Hello, Mr Palmer, and thank you too for coming in to ask your question in person, and welcome to the Council House. So I want to say initially that the Council takes road safety very seriously in this city. Our commitment and policies on road safety are set out in our road safety strategy for Birmingham, which we're currently in the process of updating. We've seen a reduction in deaths and injuries on Birmingham's roads over the recent decades, but nevertheless, I'm strongly committed to us moving to a Vision Zero strategy on road safety, and that means moving to a position where no level of collision, injury or death on our roads is acceptable. So Vision Zero is the way ahead. In addition, as we move on with transforming the transport system at the challenging pace set by the Route to Zero carbon agenda, road safety is a key barrier to active travel, by which I mean walking and cycling. And we have to address road safety if we're to deliver on those targets for active travel and both to deliver the Birmingham Transport Plan. We want to make it easy and safe to walk and cycle in local neighbourhoods, so that cycling and walking are the first choice for short journeys. So turning to your specific question about the road in Yardley, the first issue is to do with speeding. The council does have road safety responsibilities, but speeding enforcement rests with the police. And council officers in my department will be bringing this to the attention of the police, for their attention and for appropriate enforcement action to be taken. Turning to the physical interventions, such as a pedestrian crossing or things like speed cushions, it's unfortunately the case that the council has got finite resources, so limited resources, to support road safety interventions, engineering measures. So we cannot always respond immediately to every matter of concern raised with us on the roads. So we have to have a prioritisation.
Councillor Clements, you're out of time now.
Okay, so thanks.
The fifth question was from a Mr. Hennigan, but I understand he is not in attendance. Therefore, he will receive a written response. Thank you. The next section is for oral questions from any councillor to a cabinet, to a committee chairman, a lead member of the West Midlands Joint Authority, or ward chairman. No supplementary questions are allowed, and the time for this section is up to 10 minutes. As always, could I please request that you do not start your questions or reply until the red light appears on your microphone to show that it is switched on. Could I please ask that before asking a question, you give the name as well as the designation of the councillor to whom the question is addressed. I will call on Councillor Bruce Lyons.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the chair of the Quinton Ward Forum. You have to forgive me, I'm not too sure which councillor is actually the chairman of that committee, so I trust that someone will stand up. My question is, a few weeks ago, Cabinet approved proposals to introduce some car parking charges in our parks in Birmingham. One of those is the Woodgate Valley Country Park. Now, given that borders on the Quinton ward itself, but also given residents' concerns, a number of concerns, would you be supporting these proposals or will you be opposing them? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet member to respond. Sorry, what's he saying?
Maybe one of the
Can't you put your mic on?
There currently is not a chair of that ward forum.
Right.
So it's shared jointly between both councillors, so therefore I ask that the question be addressed
Right, thank you.
to the Cabinet member.
Where are we with this? Do we have a response? No?
I think I'd prefer if there was a written response. If the
Right.
management of the ward committee is between two councillors, they do a written response.
Colleagues, under the circumstances, we will make sure there's a... Sorry? Go ahead.
Can I thank Councillor Lyons for the question? The ward forum is shared, the chair is shared between myself and Councillor Lauren Rainbow, as you are well aware. At the moment I chaired the last meeting. The next ward forum, this issue is going to be taken to, and we will invite residents to express their views and to give us feedback. We will listen to what the residents have to say, and that will form our decision making. Thank you.
Councillor Sabina Bano.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Chair of Licensing and Public Protection, Councillor Phil Davis. At a recent police meeting, the misuse of nitrous oxide gas canisters was raised by many residents in my ward of Small Heath. We are seeing far too many canisters dumped on our highways, outside schools, and in parks. I'm extremely worried users are not aware of the harmful effects and neurological problems associated with this gas. What action, if any, is the council taking to publicise the harmful effects? Thank you.
Councillor Phil Davis to respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Banner, for the question. I am very much aware of this issue across wards, and I would ask actually colleagues to drop me a line if you have examples of abuse of nitrous oxide, otherwise commonly known as laughing gas. The sale of laughing gas is covered by the Psychoactive Substances Act 2016. It's not age restricted. So one of the issues is that, unlike the regime for alcohol sales or tobacco sales, there are limited powers in terms of enforcement. The offences relate to the sale of these substances for psychoactive purposes. That is, the seller knows they're going to be used as a leisure drug. The penalties can either be civil or criminal. The problem is proving the offence, as sales are either online or under-the-counter drug dealing. Officers have tried to buy the product online and no checks were made by the seller. Both the police and local authority officers may enforce the legislation. We consider the police to be the lead agency, as the issues that arise from laughing gas are potentially related to antisocial behaviour and drug dealing. However, the Council is happy, resources allowing, to participate in any police-led task force or operation which would focus upon this particular problem and attempt to tackle it as an example of antisocial behaviour related to drug use. I have briefly spoken to colleagues about this, and I'm pleased to say that Councillor Cotton has kindly agreed to raise the issue with the Police and Crime Commissioner in one of his regular meetings. And again, on the basis of any emails submitted to me from colleagues, I'd be very happy to pass on information and indeed contact the Police and Crime Commissioner myself to see if we can get the police to be more proactive on this issue. We could then consider the issue of the Council's engagement in terms of public education and so on. Again, resources allowing. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Councillor Basharat Mahmood B.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Chair of the Planning Committee, Councillor Martin Brooks. The government's Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill is currently passing through Parliament. Is the Chair of Planning able to give the Council his assessment of what the implications may be for the city? Thank you.
Councillor Brooks to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Basharat Mahmood. It's become quite apparent that the government's planning policy has somewhat changed during the passage of this Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill as it moves through Parliament. And I guess that many of us, and indeed most of us, are relieved that the Truss Rees-Mogg agenda of slash and burn deregulation has gone the way of Truss's premiership. And therefore the outcome may not be the war on nature and the environment that Truss initially unleashed. Nevertheless, the reality is that the bill is heading towards its third reading, having faced down any attempt to improve it during the committee stages. And the result is legislation with enormous risks for issues including the deliverability of affordable housing, which obviously is a major concern for this city. And at the same time, the bill has been completely silent on measures which can help people through the cost of living and climate crises. So much for Levelling Up. This follows a 12-year period in which we've seen extensive deregulation, which has left the planning system pretty well on its knees, but has done absolutely nothing to improve the efficiency standards or productivity of the private house building sector. So I'm concerned that at the committee stages in the bill, there are many amendments that could put issues like affordable housing, climate change and people's health and well-being right at the heart of decision making. That has all been ignored. That's an opportunity wasted and will have enormous effects on cities and towns up and down the country, such as Birmingham.
Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My question is to the lead member of the City Council on the Regional Flood Defence Committee. As Councillor Clements is aware, I have long campaigned for a River Cole partnership, similar to the River Ray partnership, which I was instrumental in setting up when I was lead member on the Regional Flood Defence Committee. So could Councillor Clements tell me what problems have Birmingham City Council identified to prevent flooding along the River Cole, part of which forms part of my ward, and what actions are being taken with town scales to address these flooding issues? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor to respond.
Thanks very much, Councillor Huxtable, and it's actually quite fortuitous that you're here to ask this question because the two members of the public who didn't attend today were asking similar questions about flood risk management along the River Cole. So I've got a number of things to say just quickly. The River Cole is an ordinary watercourse upstream of Foreman's Road in Sparkhill, therefore comes under our control as the local lead flood authority. But downstream of this road, it's a main river and therefore is the responsibility of the Environment Agency. So, as I'm sure you're aware, actually, from some of the discussions in Scrutiny Committee and your existing interests in this issue, you'll know that the Environment Agency is assessing a flood risk alleviation scheme along the whole of the Cole River. And the problem with that at the moment, there is a significant funding gap. But at the moment, we've been informed that the scheme is likely to be in place from 2027 and that the Environment Agency is currently undertaking some further work to develop a more cost-effective proposal. And then it's also worth noting that for the whole catchment area of the Cole, it involves a number of other partners alongside the City Council, other authorities like North Warwickshire, Borough Council, Solihull, Metropolitan Borough Council and Warwickshire Council. And there is a Love Your River Cole project bringing together all of those partners to look at ways to alleviate flood risk along the River Cole. Thanks very much.
The next section is for oral questions from councillors other than Cabinet members to a Cabinet member. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. I will now call on Councillor Alex Yip.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor John Cotton, Cabinet Member for Social Justice, Community Safety and Qualities. In September, Cabinet approved yet another outrageous consultancy spend, this time paying one of the big four accountancy firms a staggering £330,000 for only 12 weeks of work to set up a database for Ukrainian refugees. I refer the Chamber to written question I2. This staggering waste is in addition to significant hardship caused by this Council, with considerable multiple payments due to organisations, charities and families yet to be paid out due to likely because of the Oracle chaos under this administration. Does the Cabinet member feel that £330,000 for less than 12 weeks of work represent good value for money to yet another consultant's contract instead of helping host family and families?
Okay. Councillor Cotton to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it's important to bear in mind the context of the Homes for Ukraine scheme. We received 100 Ukrainian guests in this city within the first month of that scheme being put into operation. That's more than we receive in the whole year through previous resettlement schemes relating to Syria and Afghanistan. And it was indeed the case that we received pro bono support in the first instance from PwC, who stepped forward to help us build a digital solution for capturing and assessing the massive amount of information that was coming through as Ukrainian guests arrived in the city. We then subsequently put forward further resources, as Councillor Yip has referred to, in a report that went to Cabinet in September to build that pro bono solution, which I think was very welcome of them to provide that pro bono support, into a full case management and reporting system. Now, this has enabled data to be contained in one place and accessed by all relevant services, and we're talking about 6 different departments of the council involved here. It's enabled this council to undertake 1,100 safeguarding checks and prioritise those, fail 48 sponsors who did not satisfy those safeguarding checks. I'm sure we all agree that's a very important thing to do. It's automated the issuing of the prepayment cards to guests so they can be sent out to guests on average within 4 days of arrival, and also has automated the issue of the free bus passes, which you remember I referenced in answer to a question last month. Again, something else really important that we're doing to support and welcome our Ukrainian guests to this city. We also received some quite supportive feedback, I gather, from officials in the Home Office over the solution that we'd built. And it also enables us to have that tool there available to support the work of this city on further resettlement schemes, because, as we all know, we're very proud to be a city of sanctuary and doing our bit to welcome people fleeing war and other forms of horror elsewhere. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Yip, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Indeed, context is everything. This is part of a £12 million that's been passed down from central government to try and help this council deliver it. But also, pro bono work means that work is for free, not deferred, not contingent on future money, not gratuitously high money, and not actually paid money. The database also, Councillor Cotton refers to, is actually for 600 Ukrainians and no more than 300 hosts. That means there is less than 1,000 unique records, costing this council £330,000. Our Conservative group fully acknowledges the hard work being done by officers in the council, and even more by the incredible generosity of hard-working host families, opening their homes and hearts to Ukrainian refugees fleeing war. But this singular example of £330,000 for one of the big 4 database that should have cost no more than a few £1,000s of taxpayers' money is inefficient. Birmingham Trust, now independent, outsourced their database and cost them only a few £1,000s in comparison. I'll be calling on the decision to be reviewed by audit. Will the Cabinet member join me?
Councillor Cotton to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not entirely sure Councillor Yip heard everything I said in response to his initial question around the importance and nature of this database that's been built. There's also a difference between the pro bono work, which is around building a solution to capture and assess the data, and then transferring that into a full case management system. That was what was agreed by Cabinet in September. And I do have to say, Lord Mayor, this was a decision that was taken through a public Cabinet report. The details are fully available to all members of the Council. And if there had been some concern around that, I'm rather surprised that members opposite did not choose to call that report in. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Zuhail Islam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I beg your pardon? Noted.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Maryam Khan, Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care. I believe that fourth COVID injection is not popular within ethnic minority groups in Birmingham. Will the Cabinet member agree with me? Thank you.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Islam, for your question. Councillor Islam is right in his assertion. Uptake so far is lowest in our Pakistani and Bangladeshi communities. As of the 10th of October, in these 2 communities, uptake was below 4.5% compared to almost 15% in the Indian community and over 10% in the Caribbean community. Achieving equity in the vaccination programme is a priority for the NHS. The vaccination programme seeks to address the overall health and well-being of Birmingham and Solihull residents through community conversations and active support of community leaders and influencers. Influencing uptake is a long-term endeavour, and at a time when residents are fatigued by the vaccination conversations, we need to work with partners to embed the offer into our core services. Appreciating the lived experiences of those we seek to encourage to take immunisations and vaccinations at all ages is at the heart of all that we do. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Yes, I got supplementary. Can the cabinet member outline what steps are in place to encourage those who are not interested to have any COVID injection? Thank you.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you. So yes, the uptake of the autumn COVID booster is led by the NHS Birmingham and Solihull Integrated Care System. The NHS is now also leading the engagement and communication for the vaccination programme, building on the learning from the last 2 years of the pandemic. To increase the uptake of the COVID vaccinations in those low uptake areas, a specific focus has been set on 10 wards which have been identified across Birmingham, and the NHS are working with community groups across these wards. The 10 wards are as follows: Aston, Birchfield, Bawdsley and Highgate, Bawdsley Green, Holyhead, Ladywood, Neutral, Newtown, Soho and Jewellery Quarter and Ward End. We know that the vaccine is very effective at reducing the risk of death and hospitalisation, and the risk of side effects is very low. At a time where we all recognise the huge pressures on the NHS, it's important that we all encourage our constituents to take up the autumn booster for COVID and the annual flu vaccination if they are eligible to protect themselves and our local NHS system. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deirdre Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And my question is for Councillor Liz Clements, the Cabinet Member for Transportation. And the question is, has the Council given up on using blue tarmac for cycleways?
Cabinet member to respond.
Thanks very much, Councillor Alden, for your question. Perhaps you're thinking of the new infrastructure that we've built on past Edgbaston Cricket Ground, down Priory Road and up towards Salisbury Road in Moseley, yes, and there it's black tarmac. I've been using that quite a lot myself recently. I know you've got an interest in this because we've had a previous dialogue about the extent to which the blue tarmac on the A38 and A34 cycle routes has faded. So I'm not aware of any policy decision to stop using blue tarmac, but I undertake to go and find out for you. But I do know that maintaining a coloured surface like that is more expensive than the routine one. But I will check that out for you. Thanks for the question.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, indeed, it is more expensive. I'm aware of that myself, and it is now over a year since I pointed out that the one on the Bristol Road, the Edgbaston section, not the Selly Oak section, but the Edgbaston section, has faded to grey. And as you point out, the new one, which Councillor Bennett and I supported the coming in of that, it is black or dark grey. And I thought at the time it was because it was done very quickly because of the Commonwealth Games. It was only finished by the skin of its teeth, basically. And I thought they would put the blue on afterwards, but we're now November and it's still not blue. And since there's still the posters around saying, think blue, let cyclists through, it's pretty pointless when the cycleway is not blue. So please, could you chase it up? Thank you.
Councillor Clements to respond.
Yes, I've already said, Councillor, and I will follow up for you. I was in Frankfurt, Birmingham's partner city, at the weekend where the segregated cycle routes are red tarmac, which I think would be an excellent innovation if we could afford it. But I think in these times of great financial stringency for the Council, we should be looking for the most cost-effective surfacing solutions. But in general, I think the fact that we've got these excellent segregated cycleways is a good news story for the city, and I'll be looking throughout my tenure in this role to increase the network of safe segregated cycling infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Councillor Deacon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Jane Francis, the Cabinet Member for Digital, Culture, Heritage and Tourism. Is the Cabinet Member aware of the Northfield Notes Community Choir? The choir brings together people in the local community who simply want to sing. We are all aware that singing can contribute to health and well-being. I too like a bit of karaoke. And the choir were chosen to participate in the opening ceremony for the Commonwealth Games, but didn't receive funding. Is this something that the Cabinet Member could make inquiries about?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Deacon, for your question. I am aware of the existence of the community choir. You'll be aware that funding decisions for particular groups participating in the Commonwealth Games didn't rest with the Council. But I, of course, will be happy to make some inquiries on your behalf. If that's satisfactory to you, if you wish to drop me a note. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is my understanding that the choir incurred costs for travelling to and from the stadium in Perry Bar and for marketing. I think we can all agree that the choir's contribution to the success of the games was valuable, so I would be grateful for any assistance, especially when there are funding risks, and the increase during the cost of living is also affecting the spaces that the community choir uses around energy costs and other things. And unfortunately, that was a huge, significant amount of money, and I would be grateful to the Cabinet member for any representations that she can make or any investigations into what funding can be provided. Thank you.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and again, thank you, Councillor Deakin. I will make investigations and report back to you as soon as I can. I wouldn't expect anybody to be out of pocket for the contribution that they've made to the overall success of the game, so rest assured that will happen. Thank you.
Councillor Lee Marsham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Nechel's resident regularly reports to me stories of dangerous boy racers using roads near Star City as a racetrack. So I was delighted to learn that our Labour-run council, in partnership with our Labour MP, Shabana Mahmood, have secured a noise detection camera for Hartlands Parkway. Would the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Liz Clements, update the Chamber?
Cabinet member to respond.
Thanks, Councillor Marsham, for your question. And I, like you, was very pleased to learn that our bid for a pilot site for a noise detection camera on Hartlands Parkway has been successful. At the moment, we don't have any further operational details on the pilot, but I will undertake to update you about that. But I'd just like to say that both the council, the police and residents were all concerned about excessive noise from street racing. So we really welcome this pilot and look forward to seeing whether it's effective as a road safety measure and a deterrent to such antisocial street racing. Thank you very much.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Ensuring the safety of children on roads near our schools is of vital importance. Could the Cabinet Member for Transport, Councillor Liz Clements, explain what's supported on offer to improve road safety outside school gates?
Cabinet member to respond.
Thanks very much, Councillor Marsham. And I think I'd return to the theme that I picked up in the last meeting in October, that I really would urge all local ward members to encourage schools, particularly primary schools in your wards, to sign up to the Council's Mode Shift Stars programme. We've got some excellent officers working in that team, and they will work with the school, the PTA and the parents on sustainable travel planning. By that I mean working out safe routes to walk and cycle to school, and collective solutions like walking buses and cycling buses, because the safety of our children walking to school is really the most important thing that I think I have in my portfolio, but also taking out those short journeys that people are making on the school run is one of the most key things that we can do to reduce traffic congestion, air pollution and carbon emissions around schools. And the benefit of signing up to Mode Shift Stars is that once you're in that scheme, you've also got the possibility of putting the school forward for a car-free school street scheme, and that's the scheme which stops cars other than those owned by residents from driving up to a school at school start time and at the close of the school day. And it's a really important measure to keep the road outside the school safe and encourage families and parents to start walking or cycling to school with their children. And the other thing that I'd like to highlight is the availability of air quality monitors which can go into schools. We're looking to have an air quality monitor in a school in every ward in the city, and it can be the focus then of projects with the pupils looking at air quality and environmental issues more widely. And it's an important awareness raising tool also for parents, and to get them to start thinking about their behaviours as drivers outside the school and the impact that's having on air quality and on the health of the children. So thanks very much for your question.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Lord Mayor, could I ask if I could defer my question slot to Councillor Grant, please?
Councillor Bamford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for Cabinet Member for Housing, Sharon Thompson. I welcome the extensive work that's been carried out across the city to retrofit tower blocks with sprinkler systems. However, does the Cabinet member think it's fair when residents within tower blocks have to endure the misery of their flat being flooded and their possessions ruined through no fault of their own when the sprinkler system is accidentally triggered by a resident living above them? This system is clearly more than a sprinkler and is designed to effectively drench an area with a torrent of water. Although residents are recommended to take out private insurance when they initially take out their contract, many can't afford this, and as a consequence there's very little protection for them, except for a council compensation form which offers very little. And for damage on this scale, it is possible that insurance companies may want to recover them costs. I have witnessed homes ruined and residents left to pick up the pieces. Will the Cabinet member investigate how to better protect residents in no-fault situations and to support...
Councillor, you're out of time.
...deal? Thank you.
Cabinet member to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Grant, for your question. Sprinklers are something that I think are vital in tower blocks following on from what happened with Grenfell Tower fire, and we're pleased that we'll be able to invest in that as a council. They are designed to save lives and save people's lives in fires, and we've seen that actually sprinklers have put out fires before the fire service have actually came out. In terms of any case where there's flooding, not just with sprinklers or anything else within a tower block, it can happen in properties. If there's a particular issue that you've got, please do feel free to raise that with me and send it through, and I will get officers to get that looked into. If there's a specific case, I'm not aware of it yet, and I would urge any councillor actually in the chamber, please don't wait till full council. I'm very open to taking cases from anybody across the chamber and making sure that they're looked in and resolved. But I will look into it if you send me the details.
Do you have a supplementary? Thank you. Councillor Marion Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources. As she will no doubt be aware, public contract regulations require that all contracts entered into by this authority contain a 30-day payment clause with interest being due thereafter. Now, in scrutiny in October, we were told that there are 6,607 invoices unpaid, totaling some £16 million. I think the oldest of these dates back to April for some £20,000, and I think we've even been confronted with legal action for non-payment of invoices some 15 times. Clearly, this money is badly required by small businesses in a cost of lockdown crisis to pay their staff, keep them in jobs, and otherwise keep the businesses function. Could you explain to us how we could have got into this situation?
Cabinet member to respond.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. We do have a change of financial system, and we are the largest local authority in Europe. And when you're having a financial system change, you inevitably will have an impact upon the way that our service is delivered. Now, I know that our head of service, our Section 151 officer, finance director, and her team have been working very hard to resolve the issues that I know a number of you have been aware of from your residents, from businesses, from schools. Those issues are being addressed, and I'm very comfortable and very satisfied that the officers are doing an excellent job in the circumstances. So I did have some information which I'd had prepared last time. I'm not certain if it's still up to date, but I can give you some information around the Oracle in terms of income collection. So as of the 5th of November, sundry debt debit collections were expected to commence, and letters will be issued to advise that where payment plans and anyone who's having hardship. I'm reading this incorrectly because I'm so sorry. I'm so vain that I'm not wearing glasses, but I'm going to have to get them now because the font is quite small. In terms of recovery action, recovery action has been in place since all financial year for the revenues and benefits, including rent. Payments out, this is a relevant bit, sorry, Lord Mayor, and so sorry, Councillor Jenkins. Since April 22, we've made 41,277,000 payments with a value of 1.5 billion, an average of 67,325 payments per month on behalf of Birmingham City Council, Birmingham's Children's Trust and the schools. The schools element within this is 41,910 payments with a value of 210 million. There are 85 age school invoices as at the 31st of October, and these will be paid today. Overdue invoices currently stand at 4,213 invoices with a value of 27.97 million. This is 6% of the average monthly payments made by Birmingham City Council.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Do you have a supplementary? I think they all gone.
So we've got 1 minute for a supplementary. Do you want to explain what just like
Colleagues, we have 1 minute left for this particular one, but we are having problems with the electronic system at the moment, of which we have asked the engineer to come and take a look, so please bear with us.
We're operation. Sorry, I'm not sure if I misheard you, but in my question, my complaint was that there were 16 million of purchase invoices that we hadn't settled. I'm not sure if you said there are now 29 million in the same category, which means the situation has almost doubled, if I understood you correctly. But the substance of my follow-up question was that the last I heard, based on the original budget, we were 2 years late and 20 million over budget. Can you assure us that that's as bad as it's going to get? Or has the situation with this Oracle implementation now got even worse?
To respond, thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, sorry, Councillor Jenkins, if I haven't been clear, but I am assured that the situation is getting better, but I will get further information for you as evidence that the situation is getting better. I'm sorry that I can't give you the details now, but I will provide it with you, provide it to you after this meeting. Sorry. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We're now moving on to the final section under oral questions. Can you tell me the procedure, please?
Just in response to the comment the council made earlier on around the report that went to Callan in September, I have a copy of this report before me. It was indeed eligible for calling. I'd just like that noted.
Right. The final section under oral questions is for questions from councillors other than cabinet members to the leader or deputy leader. One supplementary question is allowed, and the time for this is 20 minutes. Can I call on Councillor Ron Story?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This question was meant for Councillor Mahmood, but I'll ask Councillor Ian Ward instead. Like many councillors, I've been contacted recently by residents regarding the mobile recycling units, which currently operate Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. till 12 p.m, which means that many working residents of Birmingham cannot have access to this free facility. Myself included in this, recently I've had a fridge which needed to go, so I took it to Lifford Lane as my car is a big boot. Unlike many residents who do not have either a car or a small car, like the lady himself, who would never get a fridge freezer in the boot of his Porsche, right? So my question to you is, will you consider operating these mobile recycling units on the weekends for the working residents? Thank you.
Councillor Ian Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think I can indeed make Councillor Storer's day. We are indeed considering the rolling out of the mobile household recycling units across afternoons and indeed weekends. Although I would have to make one caveat there. It is, of course, subject to budget considerations, and as Councillor Storer will be aware, Liz Truss, who was the Conservative Party's member's choice to be the Prime Minister for a few weeks, then crashed the UK economy, undermined confidence of the markets in the UK economy, and as a result, we have opened up budget deficits, not just for Birmingham City Council next financial year, but across the country. So subject to the government not making the situation even worse on the 17th of November when we get yet another fiscal statement, then we will continue to explore the possibility of rolling out this service to afternoons and weekends.
Do you have a supplementary?
Right. If for any reason you cannot implement weekends, will you then consider offering the working people of Birmingham either one or maybe more free bulky rubbish collections like they used to get under the Conservative and Lib Dem council?
Cabinet Member to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, of course, all these things can come forward for consideration, but to implement free bulky waste collections will cost at least £7 million. Now, as I've already said, thanks to the Conservative government, we are facing a significant financial challenge next financial year. So these things, if we can make them work, we are willing to listen and see if we can put these things into place. But given where the government have now left local government and local government finances, it's difficult to see where £7 million is coming from.
Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council. Following up that last issue, perhaps. At the last Council meeting, Councillor Baba Baz spoke on the corporate plan and chose to focus on the issue of fly tipping. And given that this was a key plank of Labour's re-election campaign, and given there's been significant investment in this year's budget, could the Leader explain why he chose to dismiss Councillor Baz's quite carefully researched comments with the single word, rubbish?
Councillor Member to respond, please.
Thanks very much, Lord Mayor. Perhaps it's just my sense of humour, but I was attempting to make a joke. I thought I had made that clear at the meeting last month when I made that response. But it does appear to me over recent years in the world that we live in, the world of local government politics, there's not much sense of humour left anymore. All we seem to have to do is put up continually with abuse. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. A joke is fine, an explanation is better. Now, on March the 19th, Birmingham Labour tweeted, "Labour is cracking down on fly tippers in Birmingham. We are using mobile CCTV cameras to name and shame criminals dumping rubbish. See episode 1 of Grime Watch here." Since March, not a single Grime Watch video has been uploaded. Since March, mobile CCTV cameras have been deployed in just 6 wards. Since March, the promised alleyway clean-ups have evaporated. Nothing new is happening. Since March, the only progress on Twitter is Labour councillors preening with mobile recycling centres, all for £20 million. Wasn't Councillor Baz right in highlighting this as a priority that needs some attention? Or does the Leader's response suggest he was really not bothered and it was all just election froth when all those promises were made?
Councillor Ward to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I really don't think that is the case. The Labour Council has invested significantly in the waste service and in dealing with fly tipping over recent months, and we've seen some success from that in that over the last few weeks the number of complaints received in the contact centre for the refuse collection service has reduced, and indeed the monitoring that we do of fly tipping across the city, the level of fly tipping has also significantly reduced. So I think there's every indication that we are getting on top of this problem, but the commitment that we made in the local elections was that we would sort this out, and of course that's our pledge to the people of Birmingham, and we'll be no doubt held to account on that pledge. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Parkin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Ian Ward. Last month, Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council councillors voted to establish a cross-party devolution deal working group to provide greater impetus and support for asset transfers and devolution from Birmingham to the Royal Town. Will Councillor Ward welcome this signal of intent from the Town Council, and agree with me and the residents of Sutton Redicap that setting up this group is a positive move towards devolution and localism? And will the leader show a similar commitment and establish a working group within the City Council to deliver on the transfer of assets and services as promised almost 4 years ago in the 2019 White Paper? Thank you.
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I can indeed welcome this development from Sutton Coldfield Town Council. I will read with some interest the details of what the Town Council is proposing and then determine what my response will be. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
The following question is... Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council presented a heads of terms of a devolution deal to the City Council 3 years ago. Over 80% of this content has not been delivered. One example is the transfer of Vesey Gardens in point 2 of the heads of terms. The hold-up here is a tiny part of highways land which just needs to be allocated internally to complete the transfer. So can Councillor Ward explain why there has been a delay of 18 months and counting to resolve this technical formality, and can he commit to exactly when this will be addressed to complete this transfer? Thank you.
Councillor Ward to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I received an oral question about these matters. In fact, I think there were 2 oral questions on these matters at the council meeting last month. And I indicated last month that one of the hold-ups had been a legal issue on the side of Birmingham City Council. I'm now given to understand that it's slightly more complicated than that, and there are indeed legal issues on both sides, both with the Town Council and with Birmingham City Council. With respect of this tiny piece of land, I'm not familiar with the reasoning behind that, but I'm happy to look into it. Thank you.
Councillor Lauren Rainbow. Thank you. My apologies. We've had troubles with electronics up here. That will be rectified. I'll now call Councillor Robert Auden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Leader of the Council, and given the topic of my question, I also declare a non-pecuniary interest as a Council-appointed Director on the Irvington Business Improvement District. Can I start by thanking the Leader for his prompt response to my letter recently to him on business improvement districts, and the commitment he's now given to amend future bid ballots to ensure that schools within the catchment area get a say on whether or not they wish to take part in a bid. However, this still leaves a situation, Lord Mayor, where recently approved bids, including the recently renewed Harborne bid, had the council vote on behalf of the school, and yet the school is being made to pay the levy. This is in effect leaving schools subject to taxation without any representation. This may be small sums to the council, but it's around £1,500 a year to primary schools, which could pay for an awful lot of books and school equipment. Therefore, will the Leader of the Council commit to funding the bid levy for all schools affected by this corporately, so that it does not impact on school budgets?
Thank you. Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I thought you were going to let me off with receiving a question from the Leader of the Opposition at this council meeting. As Councillor Alden's indicated, I have given an undertaking that in future bid ballots, the City Council will no longer cast the vote on behalf of schools, but will allow schools to do that for themselves. In respect of looking backwards and the commitments that have been made in the past and the financial consequences of that, I'm happy to take that way and have a look at it.
Do you have a supplementary?
Lord Mayor, thank you. And I welcome the commitment there from the Leader to go away and look at that. Answers to the written questions today show that since 2012, £113,000 has been taken away from school budgets to pay that bid levy over the last 10 years. We've heard from one head teacher that they were not even aware that they were currently having the money deducted from their budget to pay the levy. And that's because the council deducts it from the school allocation at a dedicated schools grant before passporting over the remainder of that funding. The head teacher said they were happy enough being part of the bid, whilst they did not believe it was costing them anything, but they didn't actually believe it delivered very much for the school, and therefore would not have been supportive if they'd known that it was diverting money away from their school budget. How can the council therefore justify a situation where it's not only been allowing taxation without representation, but it's also not even been informing the head teachers that they were actually paying for this levy from their school budget.
Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I think in part of that question, Councillor Alden has revealed some of the difficulty that is going to be going forward with schools casting these votes if it has an impact on the school budget. I'm grateful for the fact that the Leader of the Opposition has raised this matter this afternoon, because I was not aware that this was happening without schools being informed of the decision taken by the City Council. But as I said in answer to his first question, I'll take that away and have a look at it.
Councillor Zakir Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My original question was to the Cabinet Member for Transportation, but I will ask the Leader. In March/April this year, Councillor Wasim Zafar, then the Cabinet Member, announced that Swan under bypass will be closed at Swan. It's gone past 6 to 8 months and nothing has been happening. Could the Leader answer that, please?
Cabinet Minister to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I can thank you for the question, Councillor Chowdhury. It would have been helpful to me if you could have given me notice of this. I would then have had the opportunity to have given you an answer this afternoon in this meeting. As it is, I don't off the top of my head know the answer, so I'll have to give you an answer in writing in due course.
Do you have a supplementary?
I will send you an email, and I hope that you will look into this issue seriously, because there is a lot of activities, illegal activities going under the bypass, and I hope this will be closed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Leader to respond.
Happy to do that, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Councillor David Pears.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can the Leader share a timeline of when we will start to see the improvements and outcomes from legal services following the plan that you mentioned in answer to my question at last month's council meeting? Thank you.
Councillor to respond.
My recollection of the last council meeting, the answer I gave is slightly different from Councillor Pears, but I'm willing to believe I might be mistaken rather than him. I thought what I had said was that I was in discussion with the city solicitor about the improvements that needed to be made to legal services, and that we would be looking to bring proposals forward in due course. If I'm not correct in that, I apologise to Councillor Pears through you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you for that answer, Leader. My supplementary question is, when will we hear back from Birmingham City Council a response to the Town Council, Sutton Town Council, LUC report on Sutton Park? It included a number of proposals, and one of them was putting the park into a trust on which both councils will be represented, along with other relevant trustees. So when will we hear back? Thank you.
Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Coincidentally, I was asking that question myself just last week. So we are now chasing the Parks Department, who are looking at this proposal in some detail for their response to the proposal that's come from Sutton Town Council.
Councillor Lauren Rainbow.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Deputy Leader, Councillor Bridget Jones. With responsibility for levelling up, do you believe investment zones will play a part for levelling up Birmingham?
Leader to respond.
Or the Deputy Leader, Lord Mayor.
Deputy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Rainbow for the question. We've had, frankly, chaos from the government over this from the last few weeks. So under Boris Johnson, which was a mere 3 months ago, we were looking at creating a levelling up zone for East Birmingham to transform things there. Liz Truss then came in. She shifted the focus to the investment zones that Councillor Rainbow asks about, essentially low tax zones full of deregulation as well. Now, we were worried about this because we know that in order to level up places in Birmingham, you can't just have a race to the bottom. You have to have the public sector investment. You have to have devolved powers from government to really transform areas and lives and make a difference, the reasons that people aren't investing in those places in the first place. So we said to the government, yeah, we're happy to talk about investment zones, But it cannot just be that. We have a model that we know will work here in East Birmingham, in other places around the city, just like it has in the enterprise zones. So we're happy to talk, but that's what we really need, and that's what we want to work towards. After a tremendous amount of time, the last few weeks, smart officers talking to government, lobbying ministers, and in back and forths with them, we are now in chaos again. We have another Prime Minister, we have another Chancellor, and we have another question mark hanging over the future of this policy. Frankly, it is exhausting. We are trying to do something amazing for our city. We have plans that we know will work. We have plans that we know can deliver, but we do not have a stable government that we can negotiate that with because we have chaos. We don't even know what their priority is this week on that because it hasn't been announced. So here in Birmingham, we're cracking on. We've got our plans. We know what it will take to level up Birmingham. We know we can do great things in places like East Birmingham that are better than what the government proposed with investment zones. But frankly, we need the government to end the chaos. And if they can't get their act together, get out of the way for a Labour government that can. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Jones. Is the government still committed to levelling up if it scraps investment zones and cuts HS2?
Deputy Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's hard to answer Councillor Rainbow's question because the government has chopped and changed its approach to levelling up so many times. We have had officers bidding for small pots of money over the last couple of months and years to meet government priorities. They're things we want to do, but they're not necessarily the full list of things that we know that we need to do to level up the city. We've published our strategy for what it would take to level up Birmingham. We are trying to talk to government about it, but who government is, who it is we're talking to, is changing every time we blink. With High Speed 2, I think Birmingham's hearts collectively sank on Sunday when we were told that that will be under review. Yet, again, how many more government reviews is it going to take for them to believe their own paperwork that this is what the city needs and to believe the investors and the businesses that have come to our city because of High Speed 2? We know what this city needs. We know that further devolution and the government, frankly, getting out the way and devolving stuff to us to crack on with levelling up this city is what is needed. And if they can't deliver that nationally, again, my plea to them is get out the way for a Labour government that can. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Ewan Mackey.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My question is for Bridget Jones, Deputy Leader of the Council. When you first became Deputy Leader in 2017, you said you were determined that all councillors would fulfil their duties on outside bodies. Do you believe that Councillor Alex Aiken, a councillor in Northfield constituency, has fulfilled his duties on the board responsible for Symphony Hall and Town Hall?
Deputy Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That is probably a question better addressed to the chair of that body, who I've been in correspondence with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
I do indeed. The chair herself knows that I am asking this question, so I think that I have referred it to her. For the best of my knowledge, Councillor Aiken joined the board in 2018, and since then he's attended one briefing and one board meeting. This year's B Music accounts have been delayed due to his disengagement with the council, so they are now not fulfilling their scenario because they have been unable to deliver their accounts. Do you feel that Councillor Aiken's appointment has achieved everything you hoped when you made that decision?
Deputy Leader to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We do review appointments annually based on the skills required for different people to sit on boards, and we will continue to do so going forward. Since I took on the chair of Group Company Governance Committee, I've been pleased to provide training for the first ever time to councillors on their duties and roles on different boards and bodies, and will continue to do so going forward. As always, happy to talk to Councillor Mackey about any issues raised outside of the meeting. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We're now out of time on that area. We now move on to agenda item number 7. The next item is appointments by the City Council. Are there any updates in terms of nominations? No?
Yes, Councillor Hughes.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I request that Councillor Zafar Iqbal is appointed to Licensing Subcommittee C and the Licensing and Public Protection Committee, replacing Councillor Narinda Kuna. And Councillor Ray Goodwin is appointed substitute member for the Police and Crime Panel, replacing Councillor Akhlaq Ahmed. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that agreed? Thank you. We will now receive a report of the returning officer of the person elected councillor of the City on the 6th of October 2022 and the making of the declaration of acceptance of office. The time for this item is 5 minutes, and I call upon the leader, Councillor Ian Ward, to move the recommendation.
Apologies, Lord Mayor. I think Councillor Thompson is going to be doing this.
Fine. No.
Apologies, Lord Mayor. The topic of the executive report for this month is on the subjects of housing and homelessness, which is why I was under the impression that Councillor Thompson was going to be...
Yeah.
Oh,
you have the wrong
sorry,
one.
Lord Mayor. I'm on the wrong agenda item.
The leader herself is on the
Shall I bring forward the coffee break?
Apologies, Lord Mayor. I turned over my sheet of paper and skipped on the agenda. I'm happy to move the motion that's in my name on this agenda item on the order paper.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Okay, now we're on executive business. Right. Now, we will now receive a report of Cabinet which provides an update of 2 Cabinet member portfolios: housing and homelessness and health and social care. The time for this item is 45 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak to push your microphone buttons once so that you appear on this screen? I will call upon Councillor Sharon Thompson to move the recommendations. Can we move forward, please?
Lord Mayor,
Yes.
I thought we were doing the report up there, that's why I tried to run round. So we are living in extremely challenging times, and we are in the midst of what I would call a national housing crisis. And if we are honest, we have been there for several years. We're entering a period of further uncertainty following recent changes in government. And my update report before you today sets out some of the work that officers are undertaking with partners across the city against what I would call the tidal wave of significant challenges. From delivering much needed homes for Birmingham residents to providing help and support to some of the city's most vulnerable individuals. We are all too aware of the pressures that many families are facing. We see this through the sheer volume of casework we all receive on a daily basis and the people we see in our own wards, whether that be the need for emergency accommodation or a transfer to a larger home, from reporting repairs to dealing with complaints about exempt accommodation, to requests for financial support for struggling families in the pandemic and during this current cost of living crisis. The council manages some 60,000 council properties and currently receives an average of 225 homelessness applications per week. Well, that's with 43 households accessing temporary accommodation and 505 housing register applications being made. A clear pathway for single homeless households has seen 2,212 single homeless people in the last year, and on average 69% of approaches have been successfully prevented and relieved. And Lord Mayor, as of the 29th of September 2022, there were a total of 4,350 households in temporary accommodation, and that's with 723 of those in bed and breakfast settings. Now, no one wants to see families in unsuitable bed and breakfast accommodation, and officers are working to ensure that through a collaborative B&B elimination plan, the numbers of households living in this type of accommodation is reduced. We're increasing the number of homes in the private rented sector and private registered providers of social housing to help the council to provide temporary accommodation to people and families experiencing homelessness, in addition to gaining contracts for 1,230 units of temporary accommodation. Lord Mayor, as stated in the report, we are still awaiting an announcement from government following the approval of a bid for a £3.8 million grant to support the creation of 200 5-year leases of privately owned accommodation to end homelessness duties for families who would otherwise be in temporary accommodation. Lord Mayor, the announcement was delayed from August following the first round of Conservative Party leadership elections. But given we are now on our 4th Housing Secretary this year, the last one just after 49 days, I do not hold out much hope. We know there is a shortage of the new homes for new homes in the city, which is adding to the pressures we face. However, I am pleased that work continues to deliver against our 10-year housing delivery plan, and that includes approximately 3,000 new homes for rent and sale through BMHT and Forward Homes. The current programme consists of approximately 51 sites across the city at various stages of development and 5 housing schemes, delivering 233 units started on site in 2021 to 22. And whilst there have been some slippages in the programme around completions due to external events, the programme is currently on target to complete 225 homes by March next year. I would like to place on record, Lord Mayor, my delight that BMHT has been announced as finalists in the House Builder of the Year category in the UK Housing Awards this month. And I also want to acknowledge the Council's other 2 finalists, Equans and Birmingham City Council, as finalists in the Contractor of the Year category and the Eviction Prevention Panel in the Homelessness Project of the Year category. But most importantly, Lord Mayor, I'm thankful for the work that they're actually doing across the city to make a difference to the people we represent. BMHT is proactively responding to the climate emergency, and the aim of the Council to be a net zero city. The BMHT build specification has been further updated, anticipating the change to building regulations in 2025. This takes our new homes beyond the minimal requirement for increased thermal efficiency, further helping to reduce fuel poverty and ensuring our new homes are future-proofed to include better thermal installation, air source heat pumps and electric vehicle charge points. We have progressed our commitment to support community-led housing and through joint work with Pioneer Housing to deliver a development of 124 new homes at Fairburn Road in Castle Vale, 24 of which of these are being built on behalf of Pioneer by Birmingham City Council. We continue to work closely with Housing 21 and their Co-Housing for Older People development programme, with 5 pipeline sites coming forward for disposal. We are also currently working towards the energy efficiency of the council's housing stock and to directly help tenants reduce their energy bills. A 300-home whole house pilot will take place in East Birmingham, and if successful, the retrofitting strategies can be expanded across the rest of the council's 60,000 properties. The Directorate is also developing an approach to the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, and a report is due to be presented at Cabinet on the 8th of November, which will set out in more detail of what's going on through the pilot funding. The long-awaited report of the Cross-Party Levelling Up Housing and Communities Committee inquiry into exempt accommodation was published last week and calls on the government to bring forward a series of urgent reforms for the sector, which we support. Lord Mayor, to further improve the standards in the private rented sector, next year we will see the introduction of selective licensing in 25 wards across the city. The scheme will be the largest in the UK, covering between 40,000 and 50,000 properties, and a report will go to Cabinet in January in regards to additional licensing. Lord Mayor, I would just like to put on record my thanks to the officers who have been working really hard in housing, and that includes the Director Julie Griffin, Sajila Nasia, Paul Langford and other officers that have been doing exceptional work alongside our friend Rob James. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? Go ahead. Yeah.
Maybe not. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I stand today to second the motion of the Executive Business Report and thank Councillor Sharon Thompson for proposing the motion. What struck me most upon coming into post just 5 months ago was the amount of partnership working involved in keeping the city well and looked after. Within the council itself, there are of course the double colossal pillars of adult social care and public health, as well as the sports and wellbeing service within my core portfolio. However, there's also close working with the Children's Trust on the health of our children and young people, with, for example, the wider equalities team around tackling health inequalities experienced by sectors of society, and with parks and neighbourhoods on getting people active and out enjoying the fresh air in and around the city. And then there's the world outside of the council, where we work so closely with the NHS in all of its forms, from the newly established ICS to bodies such as Healthwatch, the Active Wellbeing Society, and of course our incredible third sector in the city. In fact, I was just at an event organised by BVSC earlier this morning, exploring ways in which by working together we might be able to better protect people in the city from the consequences on the cost of living crisis. As set out in the report, the context in which adult social care is operating now has never been more pressurised. The rising cost of living combined with the most fundamental reforms to social care in our lifetime means that the sector is facing one of the most challenging periods in recent times. The fact that this is taking place against the backdrop of national political instability and sharply increasing demand for services means that the health and care sector is anticipating an exceptionally tough winter and to be operating in crisis mode for much of this time. I could talk for ages about the impact of the cost of living crisis and the impact it could have on ordinary people, let alone those who are most vulnerable and unable to heat their homes or sustain a healthy lifestyle. But unfortunately, I'm against the clock, so I'll save that for another day. But let me say this. An estimated 37,000 people in Birmingham worked in adult social care in 2021. Over a third of the workforce are on zero-hour contracts, with rising inflation affecting both well-being and morale, which has a significant impact on workforce retention, not forgetting the increasing pressures that our staff are working under. There are some big changes on the horizon too, in the form of charging reforms on how we pay for our care, and wider reforms touching on all aspects of social care, including pilots for radically different models of care. That is, if the new Prime Minister and Secretary of State decide not to change the planned programme of reform. And at this stage, who knows? In the last 5 months I've been in the post, there have been 4 Secretaries of State, so it would be nice to have a period of stability to help the sector. In public health, there have been some incredible achievements since my predecessor, Paulette Hamilton, gave the last update exactly a year ago. I'd like to place on record my thanks to Paulette for the work that she did in her time in this post, notably on the work around the Black Year Review into the health inequalities in the Black African and Black Caribbean communities together with Lewisham. And I'm looking forward to getting started on implementing the findings of that vital piece of work through the newly launched Implementation Board. Other notable work has been a refresh of the Health and Wellbeing Board strategy, creating a bolder, healthier Birmingham, a new food strategy for the city, and the 000 strategy to tackle drug and alcohol addiction, as well as the progression and launch of the extensive range of community health profiles, including communities with ethnic origins in the Commonwealth countries with links to Birmingham, Muslim and Sikh communities, the deaf and hearing loss community, the sight loss community, and lesbian and trans communities. In public health also, we've launched an online support series called A Bolder, Healthier Winter to help everyone through these difficult times. You can sign up to live webinars for advice and guidance. Keep an eye on the Council's social media pages and Healthy Brum for more information. And lastly, I'm really delighted to share with you all that our Neighbourhood Network Scheme programme is a finalist in the prestigious European Social Services Awards, which will be announced.
You're out of time, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Ken Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The report into housing goes a long way to highlight the pressures and challenges facing not only the Housing Directorate, but also those Birmingham citizens who are desperately seeking a place to live. And clearly, the reported nearly 4,500 households in temporary accommodation is a horrific statistic, and most of us can only imagine what it must be like to be living in a bed and breakfast. However, I would like to praise the setup at Osgood Gardens, where clearly innovative thinking is evident, and perhaps similar type setups could be considered in other parts of the city. I do, however, believe that perhaps there needs to be more conversations with the developers who are gleefully building rental dwellings all over the city to ensure that they too are assisting the city in alleviating the housing shortage for our citizens. After all, it appears from the figures in the report that although the overall number of dwellings built over the last 10 years has exceeded targets, that the affordable housing element has only achieved 50% of its target. Why? This is surely an indication that the administration has and is continuing to fail to hold developers to their targets for affordable housing. The new housing regulation bill mentioned in the report will indeed bring fresh pressures, and as well as safety improvements will require increased focus on tenant engagement and management of complaints. Which brings me to my next point. Lord Mayor, despite all the words about successes and pressures and the setting up of various groups to seek better solutions, it is regrettable that hardly a week goes by without Birmingham City Council being mentioned in Inside Housing, the recognised national housing publication. I say unfortunately, as the reason for being mentioned is invariably down to a failing of the city of some sort or other, be it handling of people on the waiting list or more recently repairs. As recently as July, it was announced that the Housing Ombudsman has launched an investigation into Birmingham City Council following a finding of severe maladministration in the way the council had responded to an extensive water leak at a leaseholder's property. And that due to a number of similar complaints, the Ombudsman has elected to carry out a deeper dive into the way that the council handles complaints. There is much more in the report that could be commented on, but obviously time doesn't allow. This administration has been running housing for the last 10 years, and this report serves to highlight that in areas it's clearly been failing to provide the service our tenants and residents should be receiving. So lots of promises about transformation, etc., and no doubt the use of expensive consultants. I just hope that the thousands of pounds spent on them proves worthwhile and that our residents see the difference. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Roger Harmer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And pardon me for the frog in my throat. I'll focus my comments on the housing side, as that's my scrutiny role. And I'd first like just to focus on the 4,350 households in temporary accommodation as at the end of September. This is truly shocking, if sadly predictable, given the lack of investment in socially rented housing across the UK in the last generation. I'd like to actually know how many individuals this represents and how many of them are children. And this is before the likely impact of the dramatic increase in mortgage costs. I know one very lucky person who managed to fix a 5-year rate last year at just over 1%. And renewals now will be coming in at around 6%. Have we modelled the likely impact on this? And are we ready for the wave of people who can no longer afford to pay their mortgages? I'd like to make a point I've made before about affordable housing. The shortfall in the production of affordable housing is indeed concerning, and it's important we get it right. But I think the point must be made that affordable housing is not affordable for those in most need. They need socially rented housing, and that's what we are desperately short of. And one of the main policies we have to tackle the crisis in temporary accommodation, I do have just some concerns about. I would be grateful for the Cabinet member to comment on. In particular, what happens to those who used to live in the privately rented homes that we use to house people in temporary accommodation. Is there not a risk that we end up putting the family who used to live in the home as a private renter back in the home as temporary accommodation when their lease isn't renewed by their landlord, who decides that they could earn more money letting it to the city as a safer bet? Now, obviously, in a city the size of Birmingham, the odds that the same family goes back to the same house are extremely long. But might not this process happen on an overall basis and therefore reduce the impact of this policy and the value of it? On repairs, There has been significant disruption in my part of the city in the move from Waits to Equans. Repairs lost, presumably in Cybersay somewhere, still cropping up in casework. We need to make sure we have systems in place to ensure this doesn't happen in the future should contracts change again. On voids, it says that the report says that it is anticipated that performance will improve by April 2022. Now, I'm not sure what the Cabinet member defines as autumn, but I would have thought we are in the last month of autumn by most definitions. So has this now happened? On antisocial behaviour, there are very serious issues around this, and it's probably the worst in my time as a councillor. And I believe the system of having pooled early intervention teams simply doesn't work and is allowing problems to escalate that in many cases could have been nipped in the bud, and I hope that will be looked at again. On fly tipping, the much vaunted policy of clearing Birmingham City Council-owned alleyways in housing estates seems to have been a flop, with housing officers still unaware that it actually exists and therefore simply saying it's up to the residents to clear it, we won't do anything about it. And finally, in the time I have, sheltered housing. There are major issues in the blocks in Acox Green, designed and built for the over 50s, now having much younger residents with major ASB issues taking up tenancies in them. And I think we urgently need to look what we can do about that to protect the older tenants in those blocks. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And thank you to the Cabinet member for the report. Again, I'm also going to be focused on housing, part of this report. The report that was presented rightly highlights the number of people on the housing register, a number of people in temporary accommodation, and the fact, as a city as a whole, is under target for the delivery of affordable dwellings being constructed, which, as it says, is estimated to be a shortfall of between 14 and 50,000 by 2031. I won't dwell on the elastic definition of what is and isn't affordable when it comes to housing, and instead focus on housing for social rent. What the report doesn't mention as much, but we all know, is that there's a net loss of council housing from its own stock. Namely, new completions aren't making up for the loss-free right to buy. Now, the council is only part of the way the city will get more affordable properties, but as the biggest landlord in the city, it's a pretty important part. So it's vital that the council turns this net loss into a net gain as soon as possible. But also how the council does housing and redevelopment and regeneration on its own estates also needs to be considered here. In the original plans for Druids Heath regeneration, there was going to be a net loss of social housing. The council, admittedly, have now since committed to building back what is lost plus 10%. Hopefully, that commitment will still be in place when the draft master plans are published. But it seems that other redevelopments still have that net loss of council housing when areas are redeveloped. So, for example, the latest Kings Norton redevelopment seems to have a net loss of 300 council properties when you add it up over a number of years, what's been demolished and what's been built back. And so if this happens every time that a council redevelops in one of its estates, it's going to lose council housing every time. And yeah, as I've said, the biggest factor is right to buy, but it doesn't help if, when its own redevelopment, the council can't at least build back what it demolishes. For new build of properties, it's great to have the new standard in there for energy efficiency. It'd be great, to be honest, to go much further and do what Labour-run Exeter has done, and actually go to passive house standard for all new build properties in the city. And then we don't have to have, in future, mass retrofit projects, because they'll have been built at the highest standard to start with. And if you do it at scale, as Exeter have shown, you bring the cost of building passive house down substantially. So it would be really good if we could really push on that and move from a period where kind of net zero and net zero council housing is being done as kind of pilots and projects and is done at scale and is the default policy choice. And finally, Lord Mayor, I'll finish talking about my own patch and Druids Heath. It's good that this gets a mention in the report. And so I'll say that I hope that the new master plan, which is going to be published, or at least very early draft form, is going to be revealed soon. And I do hope that in those plans, that the phasing of the construction of new housing in Druids Heath will be done in a way which builds properties before any further clearance and demolition, so that people, if they're being moved from old council properties that are being demolished, can move to new properties in one move, as opposed to what's happened with the early part of the rehousing process in Druids Heath, where people have to move away and then move back if they want to return to Druids Heath. So I look forward to hopefully that commitment and hopefully that improvement being present in the plans for Druids Heath going forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mohammed Idris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, can I take this opportunity to thank Julie Griffin, the Managing Director for Housing, and the Cabinet Member Sharon Thompson and their team for bringing in such a comprehensive report, highlighting the extremely challenging times the service has been facing for many years, and experience also highlighting the good progress the Council has made so far and what is in the pipeline to make further progress around the service. Lord Mayor, the challenges we are facing are down to the acute shortage of housing, not only in Birmingham but throughout the UK. Lord Mayor, it's all down to the fact that in the last 50 to 60 years, here in Birmingham as well as in the UK, successive national governments have not given enough financial resources to the local authorities to build more houses. Lord Mayor, if you look at the increase in the population in the last 50 to 60 years and the number of new houses built, there is no comparison. Lord Mayor, the decision made by the Lady Thatcher government in 1979 to introduce right to buy to increase home ownership, if it was well intended, but it would have only, Lord Mayor, served the purpose if each house sold through the right to buy was replaced by a new social house built. But it didn't happen. Lord Mayor, all the billions and billions of pounds given to the housing associations over many decades, if some of that money was given to the local authorities, including Birmingham, the picture would be different. Lord Mayor, the crisis we are facing around the shortage of housing stock, I could anticipate this as early as in 2003, and a year after I got elected as a councillor, and I raised it with Lord Jeff Rooker, who was the housing minister at the time, and I suggested that as a government we need to invest a lot more in social housing, and particularly through the local authorities. But the irony is that no successive government have taken this issue as seriously as they should have. Lord Mayor, can I take this opportunity to congratulate Councillor Sharon Thompson, the Cabinet Member for Housing and Homelessness, for the efforts to bring huge improvements in the service, although we need more, and bringing in new and innovative ideas to bring the improvements in the service. Lord Mayor, I want to congratulate also Councillor Sharon Thompson for organizing a very successful conference on exempt and supported accommodation on 5th of October, inviting experts of exempt accommodation, including politicians, providers, academics, police, charities, and residents for the first Birmingham Exempt Accommodation Conference. Lord Mayor, if we are really serious to tackle the challenges around housing, whether it is acute shortage, homelessness, temporary accommodation, or exempt and supported accommodation, we need to keep lobbying the present government and the Labour government when we get in power in the next couple of years for more resources. Lord Mayor, we need billions and billions invested in social housing throughout UK and in Birmingham to meet the demand and supply chain. Lord Mayor, if we don't, I cannot imagine how we are going to meet this ever-growing demand. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Pocock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to take the discussion onto the section of the report dealing with health and social care, and in particular to pick up issues in the public health aspects of this work. Members probably recall that the public health function used to sit with the NHS, and that in 2012 it then moved into local government from the NHS, a long-awaited development, creating a lot of opportunities for public health to really take forward the preventive agenda for stopping people falling ill in the first place. I think it would be fair to say that in the first few years of its arrival in local government, the public health function struggled to find its feet in that world. It was being hamstrung, of course, by a 25% cut in its NHS grant, public health services funded through a direct grant from the NHS. However, this executive report does show that the public health function has now moved from margin to mainstream in this council, and that under top quality professional staff leadership, together with elected members, it's earned Birmingham a national reputation for excellence. In fact, internationally, I think our city is now renowned as a centre for high-quality public health work. During COVID, I think we all saw our Director of Public Health on TV nationally virtually every night. And since, the report lists a whole range of items where our public health function is now really working with citizens to help them stay healthy and stop them falling ill. I'd like to pay a particular reference to the Infant Mortality Task Force. The Infant Mortality Task Force was formed as a result of a scrutiny committee review, supported on an all-party basis. A recommendation the task force was set up. This has now been established. It's confirmed a commitment to achieving a 50% reduction in the high levels of infant mortality in the city, a very commendable challenge, and I think an excellent example of where the executive and scrutiny and professional officers can work together to the benefit of the citizens of the city. The recent reference also in the report to the Urban Nature Development Grant, a really interesting idea that will help people stay healthy with mental well-being and activity in the community through participation in nature activities, a really innovative way in which we bring our commitment to nature in the city and our commitment to a healthy city together. I think a commendable achievement. Just turning to the adult social care section, Councillor Khan has correctly pointed to the high quality work being done in this area. Again, pay tribute to the work of senior professional officers who've totally transformed this service over the last 4 to 5 years. They set out a commitment to change it. They admitted that we need to do better. They've accepted the changes that need to be brought about to make our service better. And I think they produced an excellent result as a consequence of taking very bold decisions to transform that service. It continues to be beset, as Councillor Khan has said, by the national uncertainty on what will happen in the future to our adult social care services. Boris Johnson claimed he had got it done. Total nonsense. Nothing was done to decide how this service should be taken forward. We need a national care service. And hopefully, within the next year or two, we will have a government that will bring that about. Thank you very much.
Councillor Zial Islam.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I should be very brief. The only reason I may be a bit selfish because I have to speak on behalf of my resident of Newtown. As you know, Lord Mayor, Newtown has over 30 council-owned high-rise flats compared to any other wards within Birmingham. This council always welcomes refugees from all over the world. The Newtown, there are hundreds of families living at all at high-rise flats for over 10-15 years. I have visited many families over the years. Those are living even 18th floor with their children. Everyone must accept that Newtown is the top deprived ward within Birmingham. I'm aware that many couples were allocated rooms in a high-rise flat when they had no children, but they were the only couple. However, the family now expanded to even 5 or 6 children in 2-bedroom property. The children have no play area. Many children are suffering from autism within Newtown. Many families have been fighting to be rehoused for over 15 years. Many families bid for properties without real success. I visited one of the low-rise flat in Newtown last Saturday, where a resident allocated a room as a homeless person to a private-owned building. What I saw, the very dirty carpet, unclean floor, including the room with mice. She suffered from epilepsy. She was in tears. Repairs is an issue at all high-rise flats. Often told by the resident, lift has not been working for 2 days. Many families have been experiencing water leaking for 6 to 12 months. The contractor took 6 to 12 months to detect the, from where the water was leaking from. I should say there are other inner city areas with high-rise flats like Nichols facing the same problem as Newtown. Only central government can take this matter seriously and inject more money to tackle such ongoing problem. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call on Cabinet Member Sharon Thompson to reply.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you to everybody that's made contributions towards this debate in the Chamber this afternoon. First of all, Lord Mayor, a lot of people have raised comments around building in terms of development, affordable housing. And Lord Mayor, I keep saying, and I've said this repeatedly since I've been a Cabinet member, there is a national housing crisis, and I think people think that I just say that nilly-willy for the sake of it, but actually what we're seeing in Birmingham and what we're seeing across the country is a consequence of a national housing crisis. Birmingham will not be exempt from that. There are issues within housing, particularly where we've seen around repairs and a number of other areas, and the service are doing their level best to try to look into that. That's included changing the contract in terms of we've just had Equans come in, and actually there's a transition period that hasn't been particularly easy, but it's moving in the right direction and we're looking at the contracts moving forward. Affordable housing, it's a difficult one because it has to have viability tests. And we do try to push developers as much as possible to increase that. And I get, Ken, that you know, the numbers in terms of it needs to increase. But again, no council can do this by themselves. And I think after saying this for many years, I think the only hope that I can see of us actually making proper headway into social housing and council housing is if Lisa Nandy becomes the next Secretary of State when it comes to housing. Because she's constantly telling us council properties should be a part of the priority. Totally understand what Councillor from Drew Teeth, sorry, Julian Pritchard says about in terms of the retrofit. It's not easy, it costs a lot of money, but we're doing as much as we can. And you would have heard about the 3 cities plan that we've been talking to Coventry and Wolverhampton about, which looks at doing retrofit across many properties across social housing, not just council. But again, that's going to take a lot of investment. There is no easy answers when it comes to housing. We can't just build a property just like that really quickly. It does take finances, and the teams are working very hard. I absolutely share what people say in terms of families in temporary accommodation. It's the last place anybody wants to see any family end up. But the reality of it is there's a lack of move on across the country, not just in Birmingham. So until we get some national seriousness into housing, I can't count how many ministers I have welcomed to Birmingham since I've been a Cabinet member, because they are constantly changing them, which means they are not taking it seriously what housing needs across the country. But we are not making excuses. We will do our level best to do what we can for our residents in the gift that we have, and the rest, I'm afraid, is up to national government. I will let if I can let Mariam respond to her parts, Lord Mayor, that would be really helpful.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, no, we're not going that route. Only one. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. And just in terms of the health side, Lord Mayor, can I just congratulate my colleague, Councillor Mariam Khan, for the excellent start that she's made since she's come into the Cabinet. She has made a stamping start, and people are feeling that in local communities, and I've heard her speak on a number of things since she's been in post. Lord Mayor, I just want to thank Councillor Rob Pocock in terms of his comments that he's made and the support that they've made in terms of adult social care. And I think that continuous work is going on, particularly bringing together adult social care with Justin's area. Public health is what we've seen in the pandemic, and the council are making sure that they're bringing those more closely together. So thank you very much. I can't read your writing, I'm really sorry. Oh, the types. Oh, really sorry about this. Okay. So yeah, so everybody thank you for their contributions. But the focus needs to be on a long-term, not short-term model when it comes to some of the things about creating a healthy society across the city. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
We'll make it 5 o'clock. Yes, yes, your gift, Lord Mayor.
There will now be a break.
I just want to make an apology that I will be responding properly to him in the future, but I should have said I did not hear him and understand what he was saying. So I just want him to reflect that, Lord Mayor, to the member who is not here.
Thank you for that. That's been noted. There'll now be a break for council members. As mentioned, you have got a finger buffet accompanied by tea, coffee in the banqueting suite. What?
It's for noting.
It's for noting. The report is for noting. The report is for noting. Okay. Everybody got that? The report was for noting. We will now take a break, and please have your return at 5 o'clock.
So, members of council, if I can just have your attention, the slight delay is because the gentleman who runs the live streaming was sort of disappeared for a moment. He's just come back, so that is the reason for the delay, so I do apologise for that. Thank you.
Is it?
Can you manage? Do you want to pull him forward a bit?
No, well, no.
You're right.
I'll stay like this. So we okay with live streaming?
Yes, we've located him now. He disappeared, but he's just come back. So we're okay now.
Okay. So I can say we're on live stream?
Yes.
Okay. Councillors, can I remind you that we are on live stream this meeting, so I would like to ask you to pay attention to the running order of the meeting, please, and be available for when you're needed at the appropriate time. We will now receive a report of Councillor Mary Locke, Lead Member, West Midlands Combined Authority Transport Delivery Committee, which sets out the work undertaken by the committee. The time for this item is 20 minutes. Could I ask those of you who want to speak to push your microphone buttons once so that you appear on my screen? And I call upon Councillor Mary Locke to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am pleased to provide this annual report as Birmingham's new lead member of the West Midlands Combined Authority Transport Delivery Committee at the end of another very difficult and challenging year for the public and for everybody involved in the delivery of public transport services. I would like to place on record my thanks to Councillor Kath Hartley for her commitment and dedication to public transport in Birmingham and the West Midlands for over 18 years, and most recently as Chair of the West Midlands Combined Authority, TDC, and as lead member. She has been an excellent advisor and advocate for public transport and a much valued colleague and mentor. I believe that transport in Birmingham is ultimately in a better position as a result of her tireless devotion. I would also like to thank the TDC members for their work through 2021-22 municipal year, and I extend my thanks to those who have left the committee. I would also like to pay tribute to the late Mohammed Fazal, who sadly passed away in March 22, for his commitment to the TDC during his time on the committee, and to the late Mohammed Azim, who sadly passed away in August 2022 and was involved with previous Transport for West Midlands committees. Lord Mayor, as a new member of the TDC, I will be working alongside colleagues from across the region to ensure that Birmingham gets its fair share of the transport budget capital schemes and operation attention, and that projects and activities in our city are delivered. The past year has been very challenging, with the changes to public transport network coming about as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of people taking public transport has not yet returned to pre-pandemic levels, and my thanks go to everyone who worked to maintain and rebuild the transport network through the challenges. Lord Mayor, one of the major challenges that we faced this year was the Commonwealth Games. Public transport played a vital role in making these the best games ever hosted in the United Kingdom, with over 650,000 shuttle bus journeys, 28,000 cycle hires, and daily visitor numbers as high as 255,000 people at Birmingham New Street Station and 25,000 people at the new Perry Bar Station. This success has been seen on the world stage, and we must all be so proud of what we have achieved together in supporting the fantastic opportunities to showcase Birmingham and the West Midlands. Since Councillor Hartley's report of September 2021, the TDC continues to provide input, influence and challenge to the delivery of a range of transport projects and programmes. Key highlights included updates on COVID-19 recovery, changes to bus service funding, the Commonwealth Games Transport Plan, Bus Service Improvement Plan development, Sprint, Rail and Metro capital projects and development of an enhanced partnership. Crucially, updates regarding bus recovery funding have been provided, including information on the formal consultation of a further confirmation of a further 6 months of funding until October 2022, which included funding for the region for the Commonwealth Games. There have been a number of large capital projects in Birmingham in the past year, and the committee has monitored the progress of these projects, including University and Perry Bar stations, the Camp Hill line, the Sprint scheme on the A34 and A45, the Metro extension and cross-city bus routes. Lord Mayor, West Midlands bus fares are to be frozen at current levels until 2025, meaning that people will be able to hop on and off the region's buses all day for the same price that they would have paid in 2013. However, from January 2023, there will be a number of changes to bus services across the West Midlands, with changes to timetables, routes and route numbers. A number of bus services will no longer be operating as they have been taken off by commercial bus operators. This is partly due to government funding coming to an end, fewer people travelling than pre-COVID and an increased cost of running the bus services. This will be a serious concern to many passengers across Birmingham and the West Midlands, as they rely on buses for work, shopping and their daily lives. The TDC will continue to play an important role in monitoring our public transport network in the West Midlands, and I look forward to working with colleagues from across the region to get the best deal for the people of Birmingham. Lord Mayor, I move that this report is noted.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. For those that wish to speak, I will now call Councillor Ewan Mackey.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. We did wish to bring an amendment to this item, but we were told that we were unable, but I think my colleague, Councillor Huxtable, may go into more detail on that. I think what we wish to talk about on our amendment was focusing very much on how important school buses are for children, etc., and getting to and from school. They're important to all the community and everyone who uses them, but primarily the one aspect of the community that finds it so difficult to get around without public transport is, of course, children going to school. The number 6 bus is a bus that is used regularly by residents of my ward. It runs between Sutton Coldfield and Walsall, not a city centre service, but still vital because of that. And punctuality for it is incredibly important on the basis of the fact that it only runs once every half an hour. And so that if that bus obviously doesn't run at all or is incredibly late, it can make the difference between being sensationally late or on time. I recently attended a public meeting, such was the public dissatisfaction around the number 6 bus, and I'm pleased to say that National Express West Midlands and Transport for West Midlands did attend that meeting. The residents at the meeting were, as you expect, many parents, but also many people who use the bus for work, or older people who used it for going to hospitals, etc. The main complaint and how important punctuality is for this bus service is that if the buses are late, especially for children catching the bus in the morning, they arrive late at school and find themselves in detention because they're getting there past the time they're supposed to get to school. But if they catch the earlier bus and it's on time, well, of course, they're getting to school before the school gates can open. So then you've got relatively young children hanging around on the street, unable to get get into the school. Coming home, again, the bus times often don't align with school times, so you could have children who are waiting on the street for about half an hour for a bus. The bus doesn't turn up, so therefore, they're looking at not getting home till 6:30 on some occasions, and this really isn't good enough. And what parents would like to see is an upgrade to the app, etc., so they can see how, if a bus is going to be late, they can see in advance. The bus depots know well in advance if the bus is late or not running at all. Why can't that information be shared on social media and via the apps so that parents can plan accordingly? Why aren't buses prioritised around school times? Because obviously the adults who are complaining as well about not getting to work on time, they catch the same buses. There was a number of workers there who was saying that their boss just refused to believe that the bus was as late as often as it was, which it was on this case. National Express in the West Midlands were very apologetic about the situation, but there was not very much they can do about it. I think that they found that the customer service portal as well could do with some level of improvement. Answers sometimes are tokenistic or they're feeling fobbed off at many times. Often single deckers will be running rather than a double decker, so therefore that when the bus does get there, if it's an hour and a half late, of course the bus is full and resident parents are finding it very difficult to get their children on the bus. And these services are vitally important for parents. They find there is money available, and I wish it was prioritised towards parents for buses for children. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to raise a point of order under the Constitution that section part B4, section I. We've heard how Councillor Huxtable wanted to bring an amendment to this item, calling on bus companies to save local bus services, and was told he couldn't. Therefore, I'm moving a resolution to suspend the Council Rules of Procedure so that amendments to this item can be allowed from the floor.
Okay.
Does he have a seconder?
Do you have a seconder for that? We are going to go to a vote to see if that request is agreed or not.
So it's all those in favour of
Can we have
suspending the rules?
all those in favour of changing the rules? All those against?
So their request is lost, so we carry on as normal.
Right. Your request is lost, so we continue. Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I did second that last item, and can I just address the leader, because I think we need a group leaders meeting fairly rapidly about the way we handle these council meetings at the moment. Now, to the report. Thank you, Councillor Locke, for tabling the report, very detailed and very informative. A couple of questions and issues to raise, if I may. First of all, a broad question about how the strategy for tram development is going to work, because it's always been very, very slow. And it's now, I was just recalling it, it's 11 years since myself and the former councillor Tahir Ali, when I was Vice Chair of the Transport Authority, were down on the end of Corporation Street with the laying of the first stone for the first extension across the city. And of course that's been plagued with problems, as we know, but it is 11 years since that work started, and that in itself was barely 11 years since the Wolverhampton line went in. So how, and we hear the mayor, the regional mayor, going on about how all this is going to be delivered and it's going to be wonderful, but we're seeing very, very slow progress. It's a Transport Delivery Committee getting on top of this in terms of whether it's achievable or not, or whether there might be better ways of delivering the same objectives. And I'm going to move to a parish pump point, if I may. So I read your report with a great deal of interest about the sprint routes and interest, I should say, not just interest, but concern. We had a sprint route put down the A34 for the Commonwealth Games. We had lots of consultation about it. Contrary to some of the impressions that are around there, actually some of that consultation was quite constructive. We had some residents in Bury Bar who came up with some really good ideas which were taken on board, and the routes that were put in, the bus lanes that were put in down the A34 were adjusted quite considerably. I'm not entirely happy with the final outcome. There's too many lanes for a start, too much risk of speeding, and we haven't got the average speed cameras that were discussed at the outset and which the former Cabinet member had agreed with me needed to be pursued to make that safe, or that widening of the road there. But then I read in this report there's another phase to come next year, and perhaps we could question that. Why? It was done for the Commonwealth Games. I heard the Mayor tell us it's achieved a 3-minute improvement in speeds from Warsaw into town. Lots of things are bedding down around these new routes through Perry Bar, including the new junction down by the station. Lots of things are bedding down. The bus companies, everybody's thinking about what goes down there. What is this next phase that's coming in? Because I do know that the work they didn't do, and we were never told that there was work not done. We understood it had all been completed in advance of the Commonwealth Games as a community. And bear in mind, a community that put up with an awful lot of stress in preparation to deliver the achievement of the Commonwealth Games, is now being told another phase of works next year. Two things happen. More widening of the Warsaw Road, some very heavy engineering is needed, and finally, lots and lots of very nice trees get taken out. Because I thought, and we thought when we saw them finish the work, that they'd made some adjustments, and they decided not to take out the trees that line the Warsaw Road. And we all ended up plus because Transport for West Midlands put in a lot more trees elsewhere, plus we retained most of the mature, rather nice trees that are there. But if they're doing another phase of the work they didn't do previously, that strips out all those lovely verges, lovely trees, and creates that 6-lane highway all the way from Birmingham to Warsaw. So I do hope that you can assist us on that, Councillor Locke. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cooner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would also like to begin by paying tribute to our colleagues from across West Midlands who have served so well on the West Midlands Combined Authority Transport Delivery Committee over the past year. As colleagues have said, the past year has been incredibly challenging for everyone who has a role to play in the delivery of public transport services. Undoubtedly, the biggest challenge that our region faced this year has been the delivery of the Commonwealth Games. An incredible 5 million people visited Birmingham over the 2 weeks of the Games, with record numbers of people making their journeys by public transport. Lord Mayor, I would like to praise in particular the officers who helped to coordinate the excellent shuttle services that took spectators from the city centre to the Games locations. During the Games, there were over 650,000 shuttle bus journeys, which were absolutely vital in keeping our city and region moving and ensuring that spectators were in their seats in time for the sporting action. The work of the Transport Delivery Committee helped to ensure that the Games were a great success, and I know that some of the cross-departmental working practices that were implemented during the Games will now continue as business-as-usual practices going forward. This is a fantastic positive to take away from the Games, as we look to build a greener, cheaper and more reliable public transport network. Lord Mayor, there are a number of challenges which face us in the West Midlands in the year ahead. As my colleague, Councillor Locke, said, we are facing a reduction in bus services in the region. Many of the routes that are being cut are useful, especially for older people and school children without access to private vehicles. Over the years, I have personally campaigned several times to save the 654 bus service, which is now the 54 route, in my local area, as this is a small bus service that has been an absolute lifeline for so many of the most vulnerable residents wishing to travel from one part of the ward to another. Yesterday, we had an update in the Transport Delivery Committee meeting on the Ring and Ride service, which again is facing challenging times with a shortage of drivers. and this in turn is impacting the service we are delivering to the most vulnerable residents. We need to be able to think outside the box and offer incentives wherever possible to encourage residents to group together for a pick-up service, as this would give benefits to residents and at the same time reduce pressure on the service. That is why I'm pleased that a new on-demand bus scheme is being trialled to offer people a flexible bus service that will pick them up at a time of their choosing in an accessible minibus. The scheme is being trialled around Solihull and Warwick and could provide a helpful solution across the wider region in the years to come. Lord Mayor, prior to this meeting, we met with some metro drivers who were lobbying outside, and they shared their concerns about the impact of the cost of living crisis on their lives and about some of the working conditions which are impacting them, including some of the abuse that they have to face on a daily basis whilst on duty. We will continue to listen to their concerns and see how they can be addressed, as we are continually told that there is a shortage of bus drivers, and they mentioned how Andy Street used public sector funding for transport as a campaign pledge, but is ignoring their concerns at the moment. Lord Mayor, I look forward to continuing my work on the Transport Delivery Committee as we seek to ensure that our public transport system truly serves all of the people of Birmingham and the West Midlands in the years to come. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd also like to, through you, Lord Mayor, thank Councillor Locke for this report and indeed her comments about how Councillor Hartley took the chair of the Transport Delivery Committee between 21-22. But before I start on the substantive part of my speech, as Councillor Mack indicated, I would have today liked to have moved an amendment as follows: that this council opposes the reductions in bus services currently being considered by bus companies operating across the region and calls on these operators to retain all services, including school services. And indeed, we've heard from both Councillor Locke and Councillor Cooner about the importance of this bus services. And I would hope this amendment, had it been allowed, would have made it clear this City Council's commitment to protecting those bus services, especially school services, under threat by bus companies operating across the region, which surely all of us in this chamber could have agreed to and signed up to. However, this Labour-run City Council's Legal Department made it clear that we could not move this amendment. But even at this late stage, I hope the leader of Birmingham City Council, who unfortunately isn't in the chamber at the moment, or his nominee will intervene and allow this amendment to be made so that we, as an entire cross-party City Council, can actually make that firm commitment. Okay, starting on the substantive bit, Councillor Locke talked about the fair share of transport funding for Birmingham and the region. I agree with her entirely. I don't think we've done so bad. Let's look at all the capital schemes that we talked about. 2 upgraded railway stations in time for the Commonwealth Games, Perry Bar, University. 3 new stations being constructed as we speak, and at Pineapple Road, Moseley Village, Kings Heath, and the reopening of the Camp Hill line to commuters, hopefully reopened in December 2023. Metro, within the last year, the extension to Edgbaston Village, the construction of the track going down to Digbeth. And if we're really serious about making the investment zone work for East Birmingham and North Solihull that we heard about earlier today, let us make a clear ask to government that the investment zone covering East Birmingham and North Solihull, Arden Cross, the airport, Heartlands Hospital, Birmingham Business Park, the NEC, the metro extension from Digbeth going to the airport via all those places that I mentioned would be at the spine of that investment zone. Let's look at bus, the Sprint infrastructure we talked about. Let's look at the buses. The new Sprint buses funded through the ZEBRA scheme, zero emission buses for regional authorities, you know, and helping us get to achieve our net zero commitment. In the report, we talk about the cross-city bus services, the restoration of those bus services, some of which operated when I was growing up here in Birmingham. So the cross-city bus services going along the Dudley Road, going along the Ulster Road and Ulster Road South, all the way through to Maypole. We talked about the bus service improvement plan. We talked about the settlement that we get from the government as part of the City Region Sustainable Transport Settlement, funding a lot of public transport schemes that will benefit commuters here in Birmingham and the West Midlands. And Councillor Locke also talked about the ticket prices and the freeze to fares. But let's look forward. Let's look forward to the West Midlands Rail Investment Strategy that is currently out for consultation, that has some great schemes in it, building on the work of the Midlands Hub. And let's all hope that the Great British Railway Collaboration, their HQ, is based here in Birmingham. And I hope all members here, like me, voted for Birmingham to be the centre of that HQ. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Locke to reply.
Oh, thank you. Well, there's a lot there. Yeah, there is a lot that's frustrating about the buses and schools. There are a lot of people who are frustrated with lack of the services and things like that, because lack of drivers. Some drivers, they've lost drivers, and a lot have been ill, no fault of their own, and they're finding it hard to recruit. But I also say, maybe Andy Street should go to the government and ask for some more money. He should do his bit and get the funding that we need to save all the buses and improve all the transport the public transport that we can do with in the Birmingham and the wider West Midlands. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We will now receive a report of Councillor Alex... Oh, sorry, my apologies. Is that agreed? Thank you. We will now receive a report of Councillor Alex Aiken, Lead Member, West Midlands Police and Crime Panel, which sets out the work undertaken by the panel. The time for this item is 20 minutes. I call upon Councillor Alex Aiken to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today, and delighted to have the opportunity to deliver an update on the work of the West Midlands Police and Crime Panel. Firstly, for those of you who might not be aware, one of the key differences between the West Midlands Police and Crime Panel and a Birmingham City Council Scrutiny Committee that I think adds immense value is the fact that it's made up of councillors from all parties from across the West Midlands conurbation. It can often be rare for backbenchers to have the opportunity, in an official capacity at least, to hear from their counterparts in other areas of our great region. It's enlightening to hear about the work of other authorities, the work of councillors in their respective communities, and the creative ways in which they're keeping their residents safe. The contribution of the two independent members also brings vital expertise and insight from their lived experience, their work in the community, and their determination to increase the safety of their neighbourhoods. These independent members bestow a non-partisan clarity that tethers our collective work to our core goal of tackling and preventing crime. As well as the opportunity to be a critical friend to the Police and Crime Commissioner, Simon Foster, and his team, the panel also received briefings on the rollout of weapons surrender bins, where over 4,000 dangerous weapons have been recovered and destroyed, and also here are reports and briefings on the essential and innovative work that's being conducted on the prevention of violence against women and girls. In the bleak midst of the cost of living crisis, crime threatens to rear its ugly head. The West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner has proactively taken action to identify threats to victims and vulnerable people. In July, the West Midlands Victims Commissioner, our colleague, Councillor Nikki Brennan, launched 2 surveys to identify the impact the cost of living crisis is having on victims of domestic abuse, and the second on the impact felt by our vital service providers and refugees, particularly relating to financial control and victims' ability to leave their abuser. This data-led and service user-first approach will inform policy and fundraising, equipping the Victims Commissioner to fully advocate for the needs of some of our city's most vulnerable residents. This is alongside the £1 million secured for the West Midlands from the Safer Streets Fund, a public-facing campaign aimed at preventing violence against women and girls, sending a clear and emphatic message that everyone deserves to be safe, be that in the privacy of their own home or the public spheres of our streets and neighbourhoods. The panel also had the opportunity to hear directly from the incoming Chief Constable, Craig Guilford, and we voted unanimously to confirm his appointment. Mr Guilford was the Commissioner's first choice candidate, sharing invaluable experience of serving as Chief Constable in Nottinghamshire. Whilst it's important to acknowledge that it's not the role of the panel to hold the Chief Constable or the police force to account, from listening to Mr Guilford, I was impressed and delighted to hear about his commitment to working and engaging with our communities. Similarly, it can only be positive that Mr Guilford reinforced his commitment to, whilst also sharing his previous experience of ensuring that the police force will be representative of the communities that it serves. Mr Guilford takes issues of equality seriously, and that can only be a good thing for the force and, by proxy, the people of the West Midlands, giving them additional faith that their police force will listen, engage and serve by consent. And whilst I wish the incoming Chief Constable every success in achieving his noble objectives for our region, it's also important to acknowledge the public service and commitment of the outgoing Chief Constable, Sir David Thompson, who will be retiring in September. Sir David received his knighthood this year in recognition of his services to policing over a 30-year career spanning Greater Manchester and West Midlands Police. He's overseen some vast challenges, but has diligently stepped up to lead in some of the most difficult of circumstances. Simon Foster, the Police and Crime Commissioner, doesn't hide away from accountability on the panel. Instead, he welcomes it. I know from working with Simon Foster over a number of years now that openness, transparency and accountability are some of his key principles. And in that vein, we have received consistent and informative updates on the action taken and the delivery of his plan to rebuild neighbourhood policing. I know from speaking to residents that a visible community policing is rightly a key priority. So I'm therefore assured that from the steady and tangible progress made in the community police recruitment, that it is a priority shared by the West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner too. After his first year in the role, he had already met 50% of his own recruitment target and is already delivering on his pledge to put 450 frontline officers back on our streets after 12 years of cuts that found officer numbers reduced by 2,221. Police are being put back where they belong, on our streets and in our communities, to serve and respond to our residents' needs. From our visit to Lloyd House, the Police and Crime Commissioner's headquarters, I was impressed to see the positive working environment that's been created for staff who often work under intense pressure. Their presentations made it clear just how much they were relishing the opportunity to focus on community-based policing that aims to stem the causes of crime at the root. And another of the key achievements of the panel is our success in raising the issue of car crime in the West Midlands, with almost every councillor on the panel having some experience of a high volume of emails from residents who have been a victim of it. And we were all pleased to hear that Simon Foster and his team are making sure that this is one of the key priorities for the next 12 months, alongside making sure there is improvement to the force's responsiveness to 101 and 999 calls. To sum up, it's clear that cuts to policing have hit every community in every ward in the West Midlands, but some of the areas that need frontline police officers the most have been disproportionately affected. And whilst the government claims to be putting more police on our streets, despite Simon's valuable work, West Midlands Police will still have 1,000 fewer officers than it did in 2010. The West Midlands needs to be given the funding and the resource it needs to empower our amazing local police teams to do the work that our residents expect. I put the recommendation set out in the report to the meeting.
Is that seconded? We will now debate the report, and I call on Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm grateful for the lead member giving that update. The written report itself was rather short, so I'm grateful in his verbal update he provided much more detail on the work of the Police and Crime Panel, particularly as we've only met twice since the start of the municipal year. So there hasn't been an awful lot of activity as of yet, certainly since I've joined the panel since May. But there's a particular issue I do want to raise today, and I appreciate Councillor Aiken wasn't at the last meeting, so he won't have heard me raise this with the Police and Crime Commissioner, but that's the need to address the contact centre, which I'm sure all of us will agree is a significant barrier to people reporting crime in the city, where quite often, and I certainly get this in my inbox, and I'm sure Ernest is not unique in that, we have a lot of people waiting a considerable amount of time to report crime to the police and police to act on. And this is a real problem because it's affecting people's confidence in the police, which is something we do not want. We need to support our police and we need to ensure that the public have faith in the police to act on the concerns and address. And I'm not necessarily talking about some of the serious crime disorder that takes place. By and large, the police act on that particularly quickly. But I'm talking about that low-level crime that constantly fills our inboxes in terms of antisocial behaviour, drug dealing or drug taking or vehicle crime, those things that the police really need to get a grip on, because a lot of the time that's what gets under the skin of our residents, and we need to act on that. Now, I appreciate the issues with the contact centre. You know, they were inherited. The Police and Crime Commissioner happened before his election, but I'm not confident that he's addressing this issue, and certainly when I was questioning him over that, I do not feel that he's sufficiently on grip with this issue, and more needs to be done if we are to tackle this problem and restore confidence in policing. Because I appreciate the police do a very difficult job. Quite often they have very complicated issues to address. Antisocial behaviour quite often is not a clear-cut scenario. You'll often have one neighbour complain about the other and vice versa. So these are particularly challenging circumstances to do. But there is some particularly low-hanging fruit that the police can deal with. They can crack down on issues very quickly, very simply. But they're failing to do that because of the contact centre. And there were two examples I gave to the Commissioner at the last meeting. And one was about a vehicle which was parked on the road which didn't have an MOT. Very simple, it's a crime, should be taken off the road. I had a resident in Erdington who was reporting that constantly to the police and they were failing to act on it. Spending a lot of time reporting it to the police, I raised it with our local sergeant, it was removed that week. That's something that could have been fixed very quickly, but instead we have a situation where a member of the public is having to constantly persevere trying to get the police to act on something. And then we had another example I gave was about someone who's reporting drug taking place in a car park near their property. Reporting it to the police, they had a police officer assigned to assist them, so that's great, but they weren't getting updates. So they constantly kept contacting the police to find out why has this officer not got an update, constantly again chasing the police, adding to that pressure on that service. And it turns out, when I raised this with the sergeant, is why is this officer not getting back to them? Turns out they've been redeployed, they've been reassigned to something else, but no one was telling the resident that, so they were wasting a lot of time chasing an update for an officer that was not going to happen. Now, these are very simple things. You know, getting the basics right makes a real difference and restores faith in policing. So I do hope that Councillor Aiken would join me in on our role on the Police and Crime Panel in trying to ensure that we do improve the contact centre and that people can report crime in a simple way. Likewise, I do welcome the new Chief Constable that we're appointing, and I look forward to him taking over. His work on equalities elsewhere in the country, particularly in Nottinghamshire, is particularly world-leading by the sounds of it, so I'm very much looking forward to that, but also that he's willing to get to the grips of the challenge, and he recognises the contact centre is an area which is a significant failing compared to Nottinghamshire, where I understand it was a few minutes it takes for people to answer the phone there. So I certainly think that the people of Erdington, Birmingham and the wider West Midlands should have the opportunity to get hold of the police when they need to and act on those crimes. So I do welcome this report, and I hope that Councillor Aiken will support me in challenging the Police and Crime Commissioner over these issues. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Izzy Knowles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The West Midlands Police and Crime Plan, quite rightly, is very focused on rebuilding community policing, and as a former neighbourhood police officer, the PCC has my support in its endeavours to bring back policing to the public. In his plan, he says accessibility to police service is part of people's confidence in policing and their satisfaction with the service they receive. Most importantly, people want a quality service when they contact the police. I will keep under review the accessibility of the 999, 101 and live chat services and the timeliness of the force's response to calls for service. He goes on to say he will measure success by ensuring West Midlands Police answer 999, 101 calls and live chat and respond to incidents within timescales stated in their Citizens Charter. The Citizens Charter is on the West Midlands Police website. It says we aim to answer emergency 999 calls within 10 seconds, and if we need to attend, we aim to arrive within 15 minutes. We aim to answer non-emergency 101 calls and live chat within 3 minutes. If further investigation is needed, we'll contact you within 7 days of your crime being recorded, give you details of the investigating officer. We'll explain the outcome of the investigation. If we're not investigating, we'll explain the reason why. Lord Mayor, the feedback I now get regularly from residents and businesses in my ward, and it's obviously in other wards as well, is that calling 101 or trying to use live chat does not only meet the Citizens Charter, it's almost impossible. It's got so bad that even in what used to be downtime of a weekday morning, the live chat e-bobby malfunctions, and 101 is not answered after 30 or more minutes of waiting. One resident trying to report her car window smashed by a person firing a firework in the street waited 90 minutes for her 101 call to be answered. She could have dialed 999, but this lady was not in immediate danger and didn't want to clog up that service. However, even dialing 999 does not guarantee a response. A local supermarket manager called 999 to report a prolific shoplifter who she knew was wanted by police and was once again helping himself to a bag full of spirits in her store. Despite being told the operator and officer would attend, no one did, and she didn't even get a call back. Victims who do eventually get a crime number find the case has been closed with no feedback, no explanation, no reassurance. A victim reported a person stealing a trailer from outside his house. He provided CCTV and even an address, but after a couple of weeks he asked for an update. He was told the case had been closed for lack of evidence. In early October, I reported a string of abusive, threatening and alarming emails to my councillor email address. 3 weeks later, I asked for an update. It's not even been allocated to an officer yet. What message does that send to anyone entering politics these days? Lord Mayor, none of these experiences will make people more likely to act to help make their community safe, report crimes and come forward to support investigations. None of these experiences helps to improve the morale or the professionalism or helps to retain the many hard-working and dedicated officers assigned to take the calls or investigate the crimes. None of these experiences increase the confidence of anyone other than the criminals. It's not surprising the latest Home Office figures show recorded crime has hit a 20-year high, whilst offences reported to police leading to a suspect being charged or summoned in 2021-22 is just 5.6%. If we can't get the basics right, what chance do we have in tackling all those very important things that the PCC focuses on in his plan? Could the lead member please explain what action the panel will take to scrutinise this section of the Police and Crime Plan and how they'll work with the PCC to ensure West Midlands Police and the new Chief Constable, who I will welcome to the force, meets the promises made in their Citizens Charter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Majid Mahmood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the work of the Police and Crime Commission has been essential in the West Midlands, especially in light of the decade of Conservative cuts to the police. We have been left with a massively reduced force. Even when the current recruitment process ends, we'll have 1,000 fewer police officers in the West Midlands compared to 2010 when Labour was in government. Lord Mayor, the Tories like to think that they are the party of law and order. The reality, Lord Mayor, is that they are anything but. Lord Mayor, I would like to praise the work of the West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner, Simon Foster, who is doing his best to rebuild community policing. The West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner panel has carried out some excellent work over the last 12 months in being a critical friend to the Commissioner. Lord Mayor, I would like to pay tribute to Councillor Alex Aitken for the work that he and his fellow Birmingham members have done to hold the Commissioner to account, scrutinise the decisions that his office takes and comment on the Police and Crime Plan. Lord Mayor, like Councillor Atkin and Councillor Moore and Councillor Knowles, I would also like to pay tribute to Sir David Thompson, the current Chief Constable of the West Midlands Police, who will be retiring next month. Sir David has served this region with distinction for the past 12 years, having spent the first 20 years of his career serving the people of Manchester. The panel, made up of people from all walks of life, played an important role in appointing Sir David's successor, Craig Guildford, who is currently Chief Constable of Nottinghamshire Police. I very much look forward to Craig taking up his position, and he faces a challenging time ahead of him. I'd also like to pay tribute, Lord Mayor, to Grey Lane Mosque and other institutions that have offered up their place for knife surrender bins, which have resulted in hundreds of knives being taken off the streets of the city, making the city much safer. Lord Mayor, the brutal truth is that as a city, we are not getting our fair share of funding. That's why the West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner has written to the Home Secretary demanding that we have been defunded to the tune of 175 million, with a consequential loss of 2,221 police officers, many hundreds of essential police staff, including 300 police community support officers, and community policing was dismantled. And this, Lord Mayor, has led to the consequential loss of 600 police stations across the country. Lord Mayor, that's why I call on all of us to join the West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner to lobby our MPs that a fair funding formula is adopted for the West Midlands Police. We level up and reinstate the 1,000 police officers, and we face up to the acute challenges faced by the police and step up financial support. Lord Mayor, I will also suggest that the government looks at revisiting the Proceeds of Crime Act distribution of its assets. Currently 50% goes to the Treasury, with the other 50% split into thirds. 1/3 going to the agency responsible for the collection of the monies, usually the Magistrates Court. 1/3 goes to the financial investigator, relevant local authority, and 1/3 goes to the prosecuting authority, which can be the police or the same authority as the investigator. I ask that the entire proceeds are split 3 ways, and the 50% to the Treasury is distributed equally to the other 3 recipients. In addition, if the money is found in a location such as Bromford and Hodge Hill, it should stay in Bromford and Hodge Hill so that the people who have suffered from the criminal activities benefit from it. Lord Mayor, I'm sure that everyone in the chamber, regardless of their political affiliation, regard the police force as a vital element of any democracy, and we must protect the service in order to protect our residents at all costs. The last 5 years has seen the police force weaken, but the dedication of officers in the West Midlands is a credit to the force as a whole. Lord Mayor, I look forward to continuing to work with my local officers in Bromford Hodge Hill Ward to create a safer Birmingham for everyone. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call upon Councillor Alex Atkin to reply. If you press your button before it won't turn on. We're trying to turn it on, don't press it. That's it.
Yeah, thank you everybody for your contributions, and thank you, Lord Mayor, for facilitating it. So Councillor Moore and Councillor Knowles, I think that your comments in your speeches were of a similar principle around the lack of communication and response. Personally, I fully acknowledge and understand the concerns around those things, and would certainly welcome the opportunity to raise them in future meetings of the Police and Crime Panel, and also to review the Police and Crime Commissioner's progress on that. One of the things that I alluded to in the first speech, this did precede your time on the panel, Councillor Moore, when we had a visit to Lloyd House. One of the things that a lot of the senior members of staff there acknowledged was they have to do a lot more work on that, on contact and on response. So yeah, I would definitely be in favour of making sure that it's an agenda item on future meetings to review that. Because personally, I'm wholly dedicated to making sure the public have faith that when they call the police, they are listened to, and that any appropriate action is taken. A lot of the time, when residents contact us, they appreciate the fact that resources in the police are more stretched than they were over a decade ago, but at the same time, do still want to be listened to and engaged with. So happy to take that forward. Councillor Mahmood, yep, happy to take those kind of funding proposals forward, make sure that they are also on Simon Foster's agenda moving forward. Always happy to have any more funding from Birmingham kept in Birmingham, so happy for that. And if anybody ever wants stuff to be raised at the Police and Crime Panel in future, feel free to get in touch, because it's good platform for collaborative working that I always appreciate. So thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that agreed? Thank you. We now move on to agenda item 12, motions for debate from individual members. The time for this item is 90 minutes. Could I also ask that when you present the motion that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers? I call upon Councillor Sharon Thompson to move the motion of which she has given notice.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to propose this motion today because it represents the latest important step in the campaign to tackle rogue landlords who are exploiting vulnerable tenants and making life a misery for some of our communities. And it's important for me to stress, Lord Mayor, that when I say that I mean rogue landlords, because when delivered well, exempt accommodation can play a vital role in supporting people at risk of homelessness and other vulnerable groups, such as those with support needs or disabilities. Sadly, in recent years, there's been a worrying rise in unscrupulous agencies exploiting gaps in the national regulatory regime to claim higher housing benefit levels whilst providing minimal and, in some cases, no levels of support. This has led to a worrying growth of poorly managed, unsafe, exempt accommodation, delivering inadequate support and safeguarding, particularly for people who experience multiple support needs. This often has extremely serious consequences for vulnerable people, communities, neighbourhoods, policing and local authority services. And I think I've been clear from the start that I think I've been clear for some time that this rise in rogue landlords must not continue and cannot go unchecked. We owe it to every single person that's been impacted by abuse in the exempt sector to work with partners at a local and national level to play our part in cleaning up this sector as this growth has gone on and this unchecking has gone on for too long. And while progress is undoubtedly being made at the moment, this motion acknowledges the fact that we still have some way to go. Lord Mayor, the campaign to regulate the exempt sector received a significant boost last week when the Cross-Party Levelling Up Housing and Communities Committee called on the government to bring forward a series of urgent reforms, including the introduction of enforceable national standards and compulsory registration to help boost the quality of exempt accommodation and support services. And I very much welcome the recommendations in last week's report, which reflects what Birmingham City Council and many others across the city have been saying for a long time in relation to supported exempt accommodation. We will be providing evidence at the Due Look Committee session on the proposed legislation in Bob Blackman's bill. And while I welcome the fact that the government has finally woken up to this issue, I will also promise that we will not become complacent locally. As today's motion makes clear, we are bringing forward a council motion to back Crisis National campaign to regulate the rogues and requesting an independent inquiry into the growth of the sector in Birmingham, and we're also seeking more transparency from elected members with an interest in exempt accommodation. Lord Mayor, we must all play our part. That means members, the council, and our officers also. Decision-making across the council must be joined up if we are going to play our part in the war on rogue landlords. It is not acceptable for one part of the council to be working hard to improve standards while another part of the council is failing to act swiftly on concerns. That's why, as the motion makes clear, we support the campaign that's brought forward from the regulator on the regulation, as we've said, and we also call for urgent reform, and that also includes a fit and persons test, which we think also needs to be included. So we will continue to lobby the government for greater powers, particularly for local councils across the country, to make sure that this is looked into. Lord Mayor, last week's report was published, and I couldn't help but wonder how pleased our former colleague and my dear friend Penny Holbrook would have been. Penny would certainly have been on her feet to speak in this debate because she saw firsthand how rogue landlords in the exempt sector brought misery to her community and her neighbourhood, and she was always speaking to me about this particular issue. And she would have been delighted with what's come through, but she would also be urging us all to take them seriously and also be to continue our fight with speaking to those in Westminster. And of course, we're not just going to be looking to the government, because as I've said, Lord Mayor, Birmingham will continue to play its part, and that means helping to improve standards, exempt accommodation, thanks to continuing pilot schemes, our Charter of Rights, quality standards framework, and by following the recommendations outlined in the Overview and Scrutiny Committee Inquiry Report, which was chaired by my former colleague, Carl Rice. Lord Mayor, this motion is just another step on our journey, and the message for road landlords is simple. We're going to be coming for you. It's just not acceptable for this to carry on. It's totally ruining people's lives across the city, and not just Birmingham, but also across the country. And your days of exploiting vulnerable tenants and making life a misery for our communities and the people that we serve will soon be over.
I call Councillor Raghib Aziz to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I rise to second the motion in my name that was proposed by Councillor Sharon Thompson. Safety and quality concerns within exempt accommodation is a big concern within Birmingham. Thousands of residents in our city are living in really bad conditions under the current exempt accommodation system. A scheme that is meant to help those most vulnerable in our society is now being misused by rogue landlords who are not providing the care and support that the tenants need. Many residents who live within exempt accommodation suffer from mental health illnesses, depression, and various addictions. Therefore, it is the job of the landlords of the properties to look after the residents and provide them with the support and assistance that is required. Hundreds of exempt properties in our city have been found to be unsafe. So much of this accommodation is substandard and badly managed. These properties are not a place any of us could happily live, let alone a place where you could get your life back on track. This is unacceptable. This government needs to step up and make stricter regulations against these rogue landlords. I have first-hand experience of this within my Bowes Green ward. There are many exempt properties in my ward, and the number of exempt properties has risen significantly over the last few years. There are some roads within my ward which have 3 exempt accommodation properties next to each other. This has led to a rise in crime surrounding these properties. It is absolutely shocking to see the most vulnerable not being given the necessary support that they require. Many residents are left to their own devices. The housing standard of some of the properties is absolutely shocking. The conditions are utterly substandard, cold, filthy, and cramped. There are often people coming in and out of the properties without any monitoring by the landlords. This issue is a major concern within my Bowes Green ward, and many residents demand a reform to the current exempt accommodation system. I have spoken to many residents about exempt properties, and the majority of them have a negative story to tell. During my election campaign, so many residents raised issues with exempt accommodation. Just a few weeks ago, I spoke to a few residents of Wincliffe Road. The residents informed me of a particular exempt property on their road. The property is constantly being associated with drug dealing and antisocial behaviour. A few weeks ago, someone entered the road with a machete and smashed all the windows of the exempt property. This caused one of my constituents to faint due to shock and being taken into hospital. Bear in mind that this is a residential road and is only a few minutes walking distance from a primary school. You may be shocked to hear this, but this is not an isolated incident. These situations continue to arise, but the landlords continue to do nothing about it. There are other roads which have the same problem, such as Cyril Road and Langley Road, and many other roads within my Bowes Green ward. I call upon the government to reform the current system of exempt properties. Bad landlords are exploiting the current system for a profit, while our communities and vulnerable people are suffering. Too many rogue landlords are getting into this sector for the wrong reasons and are exploiting the current system of under-regulation. Here in Birmingham, we face a housing crisis that extends beyond just exempt accommodation, caused by lack of investment by successive Conservative governments. Here in Birmingham, we know what needs to change in order to end the scandal of poor quality exempt accommodation, and we will keep lobbying the government until they finally deliver the legislative changes that we so desperately need. Lord Mayor, I second the motion in my name. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I have 2 amendments which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor Roger Harmer to move the First Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the amendment in my name and that of Councillor Jan, with the exception that after discussion with Councillor Thompson, I would like to retain the section about the inquiry, so just remove the removal, if you like, if that makes sense to people. My concern had been that having another inquiry about exempt accommodation could have been an excuse to actually delay action, and what we desperately need is action now, as Councillor Thompson has said. But Councillor Thompson has assured me that this inquiry will be very specific about the issues about the growth of the sector here in Birmingham rather than a more general inquiry, and on that basis I'm happy to take that out of my amendment. And I'm glad that by doing that we can get some cross-party agreement on this, because I think cross-party work has been a very important part of the campaign to try and tackle this huge problem that faces our city. So I would actually now just like to pay tribute to everybody who's worked on the campaign. It has, as I say, been cross-party and cross-sector, with major contributions from a number of councillors here today, some now who retired at the last elections, MPs, researchers and journalists such as Jane Haynes and Jack Simpson. The report of the Parliamentary Select Committee published last month is pretty well all I'd hoped it would be. It rightly expresses shock and indignation at what is going on in the sector, and then goes on to make recommendations that I believe will tackle it effectively. Crucially, these include providing local authorities with meaningful regulatory powers and making exempt accommodation subject to the same planning regulations as HMOs currently have. We need to get away from the scenario we've seen time and time again, where a property turned down by the planning authority as an HMO resurfaces weeks later as an exempt home, and try explaining that to residents about how that is reasonable. Members will therefore not be surprised that I am largely supportive of this motion. Though, and I, in particular, for example, the first two paragraphs are clearly true, and agree with the bullets of the resolution, though I'd probably put it more in terms of about getting on and implementing the Select Committee's recommendation, as it does amount to much the same thing. In our amendments, as now amended, we also call for a review of the effectiveness of the Charter of Rights. This was launched 18 months ago, and I think it's right under a normal sort of quality management approach to review how well that's gone, both to celebrate where it has worked, but also to improve it where necessary. I think looking at something about a year into its implementation, seeing how things are going on, should be sort of normal practice in terms of efficiency, in terms of management of the council. We also add to the motion recognition of a key underlying cause of the scale of the growth in exempt supported accommodation nationally, though, as I say, I accept Councillor Thompson's desire to look at all the specific reasons that have affected it in Birmingham, but that general cause relates to the shortage of socially rented housing. Good quality supported accommodation should be an important but relatively modest specialist part of the housing mix, catering for and meeting the needs of particular groups. It's clear that its recent explosive growth has, in part, been fueled by the desperation many have to find housing because of our dysfunctional housing market, and in particular, the chronic shortage of socially rented housing. Unless we get to grips with this, even if we deal with the exempt supported accommodation scandal, other problems will remain, as will fuel for future housing scandals. It is one of the great failures of British politics in the past 40 years that we have taken a housing market where the volume of social housing was largely adequate for need, and private housing was affordable for those on average earnings, and turned it into one where there's a desperate shortage of social housing, to the extent that we have 4,000 households, not individuals, but households, living in temporary accommodation in this city alone, largely sitting in a queue that has to be there to ration the supply of the remaining social housing, while in the private sector, prices have risen out of the reach of most. We desperately need action on this, And rebuilding our stock of socially rented housing is a fundamental element of what is needed. As part of this, we need to reform the way Right to Buy operates to ensure that if people do buy their home from their provider, that provider is able to replace it by reinvesting the receipt from the sale. Currently, Right to Buy, as Councillor Pritchard referred to in his speech, is burning a large amount of the subsidy that could be otherwise used to build more homes. And in the long term, much of that housing becomes privately rented, thus failing even in its stated aim of increasing home ownership. So, Lord Mayor, while we can be hopeful that we now have a potential route map out of the exempt supported accommodation scandal, we need to press on with it and be mindful of the bigger issues that remain in our failing housing market that need tackling. I move the amendment as amended. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Miriam Jam to second the First Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to declare that I no longer work in exempt. I have changed my profession. I have created a neighbourhood watch to reduce 999 calls on exempt properties supported by West Midlands Police, which I'll briefly discuss shortly if possible. It is also wise to double check with some of the elected members and candidates of their involvement in exempt. I'm happy to discuss this at another time once everyone has declared. Thank you for bringing this to full council, Councillor Thompson. I have a lot of respect for you and the hard work that you are doing. However, you have mentioned registered providers use the so-called loophole that have been caught. As you're the Cabinet member, can you provide data on this, including figures, since you have raised this as a concern? In regards to registered providers, RPs, that have been benefiting from housing benefit, having data of this should be readily available, and do you, as I think this might help indicate the extent of abuse of the system. I think all elected members would be interested in an analysis of this. I am making suggestions as I have had direct involvement previously and have extent knowledge in this, and basically I do know what I'm talking about. Facts also need to be addressed about the roundabout 20 to 22,000 units in our city that are potentially failed by exempt, and this should also include BCC stock used for exempt, as having stats is good working practice, and this should be evidenced, including how conclusions and outcomes were produced. Councillor Thompson, you also mentioned the Charter of Rights. Exactly how many did join, if there was a fee for this, how much was made and monitored, including how this money was spent or used on. I am also aware of Charter of Rights was held by an exempt provider who is not a registered social landlord, who used to be under a failed registered social landlord, which closed down. You mentioned the Charter of Rights is doing good. An article was published by BBC explaining how an exempt BCC property was next to a primary school. The MP Shabana Mahmood was interviewed and explained the horrendous activities from the tenants that are residing there. How is this being monitored? Also, what needs to be clarified is how support is paid for. Is it in the housing benefit element? If not, who actually finances this? Is Birmingham under rogue landlord? A lot of complaints from Oscott Gardens, which I knew would have been a complicated project, is why I started a petition, and I was right to go against the idea. If housing benefit is being abused, as you stated, can you please explain how, and including health and safety checks? Can you kindly elaborate on this, please? For the new legislation, is there potential funding for support? As you are aware, there is none for the vulnerable who are living in exempt properties. Clawbacks, as you are aware of how many clawbacks as the city like to announce an X amount, and how much they have returned, including due to staff not catching up with the requested paperwork, as it is a small team. The team that work on HB requests support logs and assessments to prove the support is being provided. Having around 22,000 units and a small team to read and verify, this takes time, and due to logs not being read and on time, payments are stopped of no fault of the RSLs. This could take up from 8 weeks to 707 days before anything has been verified, rectified, and my question is why? Either increase the team or do not stop the payments until all requested work has been looked at, then make a decision if clawing back any monies. There are supposed to be 5 ticks on the assessment form to be eligible as a vulnerable adult. They are requested to pay £15 and above for service charge due to increase of cost of living. How is this possible for them, and what support is being offered? The Guardian newspaper, where Councillor Thompson was quoted, also quoted West Midlands Police as saying some providers are drug dealers, criminals operating as exempt. Councillor Thompson, I am sure, while I hope you are aware of the matrix, if you do not understand, I am happy to explain this, which means only one only fits one person, do they still manage to receive payments in a 3-bedroom property and only one qualifies? Are you also aware of how many social landlords, registered social landlords are in our
Councillor Chan,
city?
you're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I now call Councillor Robert Alden to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I rise to move our amendment to this motion. I can confirm I don't own any exempt accommodation, and no doubt other members in the debate might wish to confirm that themselves as well. It's been a year since the cross-party scrutiny report was brought forward, which had a number of really good recommendations in it. It was agreed across the Council, so it really is time those recommendations were starting to be enacted by the Council, and the Council starts doing its bit. This is, of course, the second time since that cross-party review that this item has been discussed, because if we go back to March this year, just a few weeks before the local elections, another Labour motion was brought forward. And of course, members might recall, who were on the Council at that time, that Councillor Gareth Moore did move that there ought to be a there ought to be a roll call of declarations of interests, so that the public could be clear about which elected members had any interests in the exempt accommodation area. At the time that was rejected, an adjournment of the meeting was made. The Labour Chief Whip called for an adjournment and whipped the Labour group to adjourn that meeting, so that roll call was never done. So it was concerning to start today, where we're meant to be looking at trying to close down loopholes that allow elected members to be able to not declare their interests properly and publicly, to first of all see a blanket dispensation issued by the Council, preventing any councillor from having to declare an interest in exempt accommodation. That is not an open and transparent way to hold a debate about the exempt accommodation in this city. And it was quite frankly shocking to see that happen. And I will come on to the legislation around dispensations in a bit to say just why it was quite so disappointing to see blanket dispensation given to all elected members not to. Of course, that doesn't mean elected members can't. So as I did at the beginning, I would urge elected members to make clear their personal positions on this. So it was also concerning to originally read the Labour motion and to see it was proposing to introduce an additional category of dispensation above and beyond what the Localism Act allows for, that of commercial sensitivity, that of a commercial interest above and beyond any threat to person. I understand the Labour group are going to accept our amendment to remove that watering down and really welcome that. I think that's a really good way of us all stepping forward together as a council to make it really clear to the council itself that as elected members we think there needs to be a line drawn in the sand here and that the public have a right to know the pecuniary interest of elected members. I touch on the Localism Act because the Localism Act talks about a number of reasons why a dispensation can be given. And it talks about a dispensation may be granted council-wide for a number of reasons. And actually it does the Labour group a real disservice, because if I was the press and I looked at this, it's Localism Act 2011, Chapter 7, Section 33, Part 2A going onwards. I would look at this and see it says that a dispensation can be granted. One of the reasons is because if control of the council would be lost, because the proportionality of the groups would change so greatly, that would start sending alarm bells. That's not actually putting the Labour group in a very good position, because I don't believe that to be the case in this instance, but it's the impression it's giving to the members of the public outside. Turning to Section 29 of the Localism Act, the Register of Interests, that's what picks up what elected members are meant to declare as an interest. And there is a very helpful guide published by the Department for Communities and Local Governments from September 2013 called Openness and Transparency on Personal Interests, a guide for councillors that just helps make it really clear on the obligations councillors have. And on section regarding what must I do about registering my personal interests, it says if you have a disclosable pecuniary interest, which includes things like a company or land or property you own, which is not recorded in the register and which relates to any business that is or will be considered at a meeting, like is happening right now, then you must disclose it. And it gives a caveat on that, uppercase 5. And if you go to the bottom of the case, that caveat is, if the interest is a sensitive interest, you should disclose merely the fact that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest, rather than the specific nature. So that would suggest, even where dispensations have been granted, people should still be making it known there is an interest, just not providing the detail behind that interest. Now you might ask, if you turn to page 7, does it say anything around what the definition is of a sensitive interest? And indeed it does. So it says, is there any scope for withholding information on the published register? And it says, a member's sensitive interest, other than stating that the member has an interest, the details which are withheld. Sensitive interest is one which the member and the monitoring officer, who is responsible for the register of the member's interest, consider that disclosure of its details could lead to the member of a person connected to that member being subject to violence or intimidation. So it's very clear, where there's a risk to person, there is absolutely a prevention method there to prevent it being disclosed. But there is no allowance in there for commercial reasons. It would be like us saying, a councillor here owns 99% of a company, but doesn't disclose it, despite the fact that the law says you have to if you own that largest shareholding of a company, because it's commercially sensitive. It would be adding a loophole. So it's really important that we don't, as a council, add additional loopholes that would allow people to get away from declaring what they need to. Turning to the rest of our amendment, we pick up the comments that other members in this chamber have welcomed about the Levelling Up Housing Community Select Committee report. Really good report. Very much welcome. It references the evidence we as a group submitted 12 times in it, including picking up the proposed recommendation we put forward on bringing exempt accommodation to the planning system and allowing that same category Article 4 definition areas for HMOs to be able to restrict it. That's a really important measure that local authorities need. Delighted to see that's reached into that report. I think it's clear that this chamber wants to send a clear message that where there's interest, they should be declared, and poorly run exempt accommodation needs to be tackled. So I do hope everyone's going to be able to back this amendment, which will be able to make sure we're running a tight ship in this city, and that we do all we can to help protect residents who are being mistreated by badly run exempt accommodation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor Kenwood to second the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment. Councillor Oldham has already outlined the intricate details of our amendment, so I'll try not to repeat what you said. Lord Mayor, anyone following LinkedIn, Birmingham Mail, Birmingham Live will know only too well how passionate the Cabinet member feels about the subject of exempt housing. But I would remind the Chamber that all along there has been cross-party support for the Cabinet member, indeed cross-party passion, both verbally and in writing, in all the representations to government. Representation has also come from the Combined Authority with Andy Street's support, as well as with vital input from respected organisations such as St Basil's. It's clear we all appreciate the size of the problem, and it's clear the government has taken on board those concerns in its report into exempt accommodation and the recommendations that have come out as a result. I think everyone from Birmingham who's been involved in providing that evidence should be applauded for their input into the inquiry. Lord Mayor, I would hope that the Cabinet member might accept that amendment in no way negates the motion put forward in her name, but it enhances it and adds concrete actions to it. Actions that have actually already been agreed and actions that will need to be put in place moving forward. We have succeeded in getting government to act, but we also need the Council to use all its powers at its disposal as well. More to the point, we need the Council to act upon motions that have already been agreed but not implemented. Lord Mayor, we come into this chamber to debate, discuss, sometimes disagree, but when a motion has been passed for action, then it should happen. Motions passed in this chamber, be they cross-party or not, should be acted upon and not conveniently left on a shelf somewhere in the hope that we might forget about them. To allow that to happen would be a failure of duty on our behalf as elected members. Supporting our amendment will send a clear message out that as a city, we will use everything within our power to end the scourge of rogue exempt accommodation providers and to ensure that those in need receive the support they so desperately need. I second the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Baba Baz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First, I want to declare I do not own any exempt property. Lord Mayor, I am pleased to be given an opportunity to speak on an issue that has severely impacted the lives of residents in Birmingham. Most will have you believe the supported accommodation sector is providing adequate support. In some cases, yes, this is the case, but in the majority of cases, it is failing badly. Take a look at the inner city wards where we have seen a huge influx of supported exempt accommodation and the problem this has brought with it. Inner city wards that are already highly deprived and have suffered years of neglect are now having to deal with this ever-increasing problem. Antisocial behaviour is all too common, and the use of Class A drugs openly on our streets is an everyday occurrence now. Yet the government, local authority and West Midlands Police seem oblivious to the problems. The support that is being provided is just a tick-box exercise which is having an impact on our neighbourhoods. The majority of beggars we see at traffic islands harassing residents for spare change are living in supported accommodation within the area. Money collected, 9 times out of 10, will be to feed their drug addiction. We need to put measures in place that will allow the genuine care providers to operate and stop those that are milking the system for their financial greed. Tighter controls will benefit the service users and, most importantly, the residents. My ward of Yardley West and Stechford has seen its share of problems over the past few years, and the way we tackled it was working with the care providers and service users and actively getting them involved in the local community. It was a case of breaking down barriers and working off the same page. The initiative was first piloted by Councillor Mariam Jan in Perry Bar, and that model was adapted in my ward. It did make a difference. We need to work to make this sector better, but also not be afraid to call out failures. Both the government and this council has a part to play. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I welcome that Councillor Thompson has brought forward this motion today. As we touched on before, exempt accommodation is an incredibly important issue. I should declare that I don't own any exempt accommodation either. But whilst I welcome the work that this council has done so far, in particular Councillor Thompson, I don't feel that their motion goes far enough, and which is why we've brought forward this amendment today, to strengthen that and to bring forward further tougher measures to address the issue of exempt accommodation and rogue landlords operating in this city. Our amendment clearly sets out that clearly there is a role for government, and I particularly welcome that the Select Committee has accepted the recommendations about bringing exempt accommodation back into the planning system, just like with HMOs, because certainly as far as the public concerned, they look like, they operate, they very much are very similar in many ways to HMOs, but legally are very, very different. But there are steps that this council can take before, and we've all debated here previously and agreed that this council needs to take action, particularly around the issue of covenants, which I will touch on again shortly. But one thing I do want to obviously recognise, as Councillor Thompson has done, obviously, is the work of Penny Holbrook previously in tackling this issue. Stockland Green, neighbouring ward, major issue in terms of exempt accommodation, HMOs, and sadly, across the board has seen it spill over into Erdington, and very much recognise the great work that Penny did on that, and very much supports the need to crack down on this. And it's certainly something that we've been pushing greatly in Erdington, because it is a real problem. And I also want to pay tribute to certainly to a very active group of residents on the Pitts Farm estate who are very much dealing with this issue in Yenton Grove and the challenge that they have to face, because these disreputable landlords taking place where the operator of particular one property has changed hands. I mean, they had the cheek to write to myself on Council Alderman and say to ignore our residents and stop listening to the complaints that they were raising about their tenants. It's outrageous that we were acting on behalf of our constituents, which is just sheer disgraceful, really. And seeing the level of some of their correspondence they've sent back to these residents who are very much suffering mental distress as a result of the issues that these tenants are subjecting them to, and the various goings on. And it's really, really concerning that we have rogue operators taking place in this city, and they have certainly had to go for an awful lot of efforts, keeping us informed, keeping the council officers informed, and going up time and time again challenging that. And obviously, and sadly, one of the big barriers is trying to get the covenant enforced, because I know the previous city solicitor, they emailed constantly asking for updates to try and find out what is happening in terms of this, given that, and even more surprising is we here as a chamber agreed that we should enforce these back in December 2021. So I don't see why we have a situation where officers are simply able to ignore the will that this chamber has already decided, and I do hope that the new city solicitor will be taking that forward with her new role. Now, one thing I did find quite surprising with the motion put forward by Labour is around this declaration of interest. Now, I don't have an issue with that. I'm very much of the view that members should declare their interests, as I've done at the start of speaking. But what surprised me most was the sheer horror that was greeted us when we raised this question last time. Certainly Councillor Grindrod, who I see has now entered the chamber, wanted to adjourn the meeting, and we had Labour members quickly flurrying around trying to leave the room, as it were, to avoid having to declare that. Now, thankfully, the dispensation that's been granted means that doesn't happen today, and all of you have now come back into the room. But it was particularly concerning that that was happening because we had a situation where the MP for Paul Erdington, Paul Hamilton, failed to declare an interest. It's a very serious matter, and quite frankly, the residents of this city deserve to know whether we have a conflict of interest, whether there is an issue that we are not disclosing. Now, I appreciate we don't need to give chapter and verses to necessarily what that disclosure is for very valid reasons, as Councillor Alden has pointed out, but we should still make it clear to the public where there is a conflict of interest so they know what is going on behind. Now, I am running out of time, Lord Mayor, but I do hope that Labour members opposite will be supporting our amendment, which strengthens their motion today, and we can really tack down on rogue landlords in this city. Thank you.
Councillor Julian Pritchard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for this motion that's been brought today. I think I echo the thoughts and the words that have been spoken, how important this issue and how much of an impact it has on our residents across the city, and very much support the work that's been done, and I hope that even more can be done and we can really get to grips with this. I'll start by also adding my voice to this issue about councillors' interests. And I'd say I think whatever the ins and outs and details of particular cases, it's not a good look if councillors are seen to be compromised by other involvements. So obviously they need to be declared. But I was under the impression, until I read the Labour motion originally, that we already had to do this. We already had to declare our interests, and effectively that was already covered, as Councillor Alden already said, by the 2011 Localism Act. So I'm not entirely sure what that bit in the Labour motion kind of adds. And if anything, by adding that in about commercial sensitivity, it almost kind of gives a loophole that isn't currently there. So, yeah, I think, as has been said as well, I think there are many other interests that councillors might have that could be defined as commercial. Kind of where does it end? If you've got an interest in gardening or in transport, and we're talking about plants or trains, does that then suddenly mean you can use a commercial interest as a reason not to declare an interest there? So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure why housing should be, or exempt accommodation should have that commercial exemption. On the substance of it, largely support the steps that have been taken, and I think we'd say that more needs to be done. Many landlords do play by the rules, but there are clearly many that don't. Either by saying that they are exempt because they provide the support, which we know in a lot of cases is just not true, or the other loophole that they're not saying they're exempt, but they're also not saying that they're an HMO, and they're using that they are sharing facilities or they are household arguments. So house shares are sometimes marketed in a way that estate agents know should be registered as HMOs, but aren't. So that also needs to be tackled as well. It's fantastic to see selective licensing, and that really could, in those 25 wards, tackle that issue because it's covering all private rental of whether you define something as an HMO or not. But obviously the additional licensing and the Article 4 declarations, as welcome as those are, do still rely on somewhere being defined as a HMO for those to work. And as we've already discussed, there are even fewer tools when it comes to exempt accommodation, fewer regulatory tools for the council to use. So as a consequence, we see landlords exploiting these loopholes with appalling accommodation for some of the most vulnerable people in our city, effectively being run by rogue landlords, and areas and residents get blighted by the mess, by the problems, the antisocial behaviour. So ultimately, yes, government needs to step in and regulate, and hopefully the council can keep pushing the government into action on this, but the council does need to make sure it does as much as it can with the tools that it has, and do as much monitoring as well of the issue, and not just rely on the voluntary sector to do that. And so hopefully with more action from the council, combined with the government eventually making the legislative changes that it needs, we'll see the improvement we need to see on this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jane Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I'm the councillor, new councillor for Stockland Green, which I have the dubious pleasure of having more HMOs than any other ward in the city in exempt accommodation. And as our colleague has just pointed out, there is a loophole. It's very difficult sometimes. Is it HMO? Is it an EA? But basically, I think we just have to accept that properties which, if they're a HMO, we are dealing with it through the new registration scheme, which is very, very good. Unfortunately, it doesn't cover exempt accommodation. So I welcome the report, as Sharon Thompson did, that came out last week about exempt accommodation. Now, in my ward, I've got properties where, every other house in the street is an exempt accommodation, and it's causing. If you actually say to your my residents, what does an exempt accommodation mean to you? Unfortunately, it's already been demonised because they will say things, crime, antisocial behaviour. They'll say things like noise, rubbish. But the one thing that they really say is the loss of family homes, which we desperately need with the housing crisis we've got. So what I would like to do, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Thompson for what she said about all the work that Penny Holbrook did. Because, yeah, like Sharon Thompson, I find it very difficult to talk about Penny, to be honest. But along with, she worked very closely with Jack Dromey, my former boss. And the one thing, I think it's very simple, really. We need to bring exempt accommodation under the powers of the local planning committee. We need to know who's opening up these accommodations, who owns them, where they are. Because one of the problems we've always had in Stockland Green is the way we found out that exempt accommodation existed was because the police would be going back to these properties that were where there was antisocial behaviour, there was drug taking, prostitution, and they'd be going backwards and forwards. And it was I would like to thank sincerely the local police in Stockland Green, who over the years have done a fantastic job of helping us map where the exempt accommodation is, because that is one of the issues that we've got. So I welcome this motion. I think it's been a long, hard, travelled battle to get where we are, and I really want to thank, Sharon, because she took over the mantle of Jack and Penny. You helped to set up the subcommittees, and as you've said, we've got a very, very long way still to go. But I think that we need to move forward on this and make it a priority, because in my ward, people are living literally in misery with some of the properties that exist. And I don't think that at the moment we've gone far enough. And I want the current government to listen to the APPG, who I had the had the benefit of taking them around Stockland Green, and with, to explain to them what the problems were. They've come out with a fantastic report. And I just hope that the government listens to that report and implements it. Okay.
I now call Councillor Sharon Thompson to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to everybody that made their contributions across the chamber. Lord Mayor, I know a few people have made reference to me, but I just want to make this clear. Although I'm probably one of the mouth-gobby ones on this at the moment, there are a lot of people that have been pushing for this, particularly Labour MPs across the city, I have to say. And Shabana Mahmood was the one that brought the motion that went to Parliament. Crisis, in terms of nationally, the charity have done a lot of the heavy lifting on this to pull together the information, and have been working very closely with Bob Blackburn on his particular bill that will be going to the to Parliament soon. So I think, the journalists have definitely played their part nationally in raising this, and a lot of people and charities. So I don't think I think politicians can't fall into the echo chamber of believing it's all of us that's done it. It's actually our local communities, residents across this city that have been fighting about this. So as much as, I acknowledge that, but I actually acknowledge there's a lot more people involved in this, and I'm grateful for every single one of them, because it's been a hard slog for us all. Councillor Jan, just in terms of some of your comments, we've had a scrutiny review, we've had briefing notes that go out to members, and, you know, if people read them, then you'll get a lot of the information. Scrutiny are overseeing this, so a lot of those questions will be answered there. Oscott Gardens is temporary accommodation, it is not exempt accommodation, and we have to be careful about conflicting the different issues that are going on around that particularly, and I feel really strongly about that actually. Councillor Moore, in terms of the strengthening of the actual motion, some of the things that are in your motion were already in train. So, you know, it talks about the report that went in December. It talks about some of the comments that have been made recently from Shabana in terms of how swiftly things have been taken. I'm not going to stand here and say that there was no disappointment in my part, and I've had a really good conversation with the Chief Exec, not just today but over a number of days, and she's given us her assurances that she will be speaking to her officers to make sure that things are moved on and that we move things forward in a timely manner. And, you know, I trust her on that, and I expect that by the end of the year we will see the particular things that we've asked to come forward. So I'm just really clear on that. In terms of the scrutiny report, I also want to make the point that I don't want the Chamber to think that nothing has been done on the recommendations. They are being done on the recommendations, and we regularly get updates on those, particularly through the sponsor board. And I know that I've done a lot of work on this, and I know also Councillor Hussain, who had the portfolio whilst I'd moved to a different one, had also kept her finger to the button with officers on that, but there was parts that have been lacked, and we have addressed those also. You know, it's fair to say that, you know, it's difficult because as much as we try to do as a council, it doesn't feel like there's enough going on the ground. We hear it in our communities. It's absolute devastation for people, and it's ruining people's lives. And we're not making no excuses for any provider when it comes to loopholes. The Select Committee report said there are loopholes and people are going through it. The police have said it. Every service have said it. There's not enough data captured on this. The government need to get their act together and stop this thing originally of saying it's a Birmingham and a Blackpool thing. It is not. It is a national thing, and they are recognising that, and it's being recognised cross-party. But now the devil's in the detail, and we need to see something happening and action taken soon. But in the meantime, people in our communities are still struggling. So we will continue to do the work that we're doing through the pilot scheme. We was glad that we had extra money, but it's not as much as we had the first time round, but we've committed to carrying on with that work. So, colleagues, the other thing is just around, finally, there was a lot of discussion in terms of declarations. It is important that us as elected members are showing our communities that we're being open, honest and transparent. We have to do that. And I think for me, looking and working and seeing around exempt accommodation, it's not on to just have a property and not be able to tell us who your provider is, because we need to look into those things, because some providers are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and ultimately that is what it's about. And as far as I'm concerned, if people don't want to do that, suffer the consequences when it goes through standards, because the reality of it is we are here elected to make sure that we are supporting and looking after the people in these communities, and that's all I've got to say on that particular matter. So in terms of this, I'm really thankful that you're all supporting this. We will be backing Crisis's Regulate the Rogue campaign. It's been agreed across the combined authority also to back it, so we will be doing that with others across the region.
Thank you, Councillor. You're out of time.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now vote on the First Amendment proposed by Councillor Roger Harmer and seconded by Councillor Mariam Jan. Those in favour? Those against?
That's carried.
Carried. That is carried. We will now vote on the Second Amendment proposed by Councillor Robert Alden and seconded by Councillor Ken Wood. Those in favour? That is carried. We will now vote on the motion. Those in favour? That is carried. We now move on to the second motion. Could I ask that when you press the motion that you clearly state that I move the motion as set out in today's papers. I call upon Councillor Simon Morrell to move the motion of which he has given notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise. Can you hear me? Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to move the motion in my name, Councillor Simon Morrell for Franklin Great Park Ward in South Birmingham. 4 years ago, at this November council, I delivered my maiden speech on suicide prevention. And during that council, we got cross-party support for that. And I was hoping that we might be able to get some cross-party support for this. During that maiden speech, I remember I read my election address out to this chamber. And having been re-elected this year, I'm going to do the same thing today. 4 years ago, residents of Franklin, Hollymore, Ballinwood and Great Park elected me to represent you on Birmingham City Council when most people told me I would never win here. I've spent every day making your vote count. Back then, Franklin was in a very bad place. We had the rise of gangs and youth violence, we had rubbish piling up on our streets, we had high levels of deprivation, and we were run by politicians that did nothing proactive to solve these problems, but just blame everything on central government. I was raised on a council estate by a single mother. I know what it's like to struggle to make ends meet. I know what it's like to feel ignored, but mostly I understand the love and the maternal instinct between a mother and her child. In 2018, I wrote about how I see young people reverting to either a life of crime or recluse away to a life trapped away in a bedroom, checking out of society. Many of our young people don't have a purpose. They simply exist, and it feels like the mainstream establishment are completely out of control on this issue. As your local councillor, I have worked with parents to campaign against youth violence. I have organised and hosted skill shows and jobs fairs, and I've promoted many local community activities and made many heartfelt speeches at City Council representing parents and young people on all the big issues of the day. I know that purpose is fundamental to many of our young people, and for 4 years, my purpose has been to serve you and do everything that I can to help our young people who often feel forgotten to find their purpose too. Lord Mayor, that is the reason I am standing here in this chamber today. And the reason I'm bringing this motion to you is because many of you know I have talked about this issue over and over again for 4 years. The Council notes and supports the findings of the Cross-Party Educational Select Committee report in November 2021, which talks about the forgotten, how white working class pupils have been let down and how to change it. Only 9% of white working class kids from deprived backgrounds will make it to university. White working class pupils are at the bottom of the educational attainment ladder, and the only people behind them are the traveller gypsy community. Now in Birmingham, we're obviously a much more diverse community, there are other ethnic groups such as Black Caribbean. It's very important that we distinguish Black Caribbean as well from other groups rather than dumping them all into BAME. But generally speaking, boys, whether black or white, are 3 times more likely to be expelled from school than to go to university. And I speak from experience here because I was that working class kid who dropped out of school. And I used to sell skateboarding videos. You remember I joked about that. It was skateboarding that made me a Tory. I joked with all my socialist friends about that. And that's what led me onto a path of entrepreneurship. At the age of 21, I had a music studio with a shop. At 23, I was working for an entertainment magazine. At 25, I was working for the largest newspaper group in the country. And at 27, I went to set up my own business, Morrell Media. And I put all that aside to stand for election, to go back to Franklin, where I dropped out of school, and become the local councillor to campaign on this issue. Because just because you drop out of school doesn't mean that you shouldn't have the same life chances. And for the past 4 years, in 2018, and I will quote some of the things I've said, I said there's absolutely no point in asking men to open up about their feelings if we live in a society that refuses to listen to them or even acknowledge that they can be victims. In 2019, I said, for far too long, our boys and young men, particularly from working class backgrounds, whether black or white, have systematically been discriminated against by academic institutions that have progressively been hijacked by dogma. This, for generations, has fueled anger, resentment and bitterness that I believe has directly contributed to a decade of political decline. We can see this everywhere, from the rise of gangs and knife crime to the rise of populism on both the left and the right. In 2020, during the Black Lives Matter protest, I said, and quote, "We can't keep getting away from this. We need to address this as a society and start talking about why this happens." In the current climate, when we have protests around the world, we need to ask these questions. Why is it that boys are failing in education and not doing as well as their female counterparts? I know that might be difficult for some people to talk about, but we need to talk about it. In 2021, I talked about the very select committee, the select committee report, Forgotten White Working Class Boys and How to Change It, which found that white working class pupils eligible for free school meals, in particular for working class boys, underperform compared to other peers in ethnic groups. And I was laughed at City Council when I raised that, telling me that I was being divisive. I wasn't being divisive. It's something that we need to talk about. And in 2022, I said, I don't think people at this council are ignoring this because they don't care. I think it's just ideological. And you know who gets the blame for all this? It's single mothers. And it was the single mothers who I go out and see all the time in Franklin who talk to me about their boys failing in education. They voted for me before, and I know they will vote for me again. And they did. Franklin Great Park, a former Labour stronghold, is now the safest Conservative seat in Birmingham outside of Sutton Coldfield. And we checked the mark register, and it was predominantly a female vote that did that. This is not a misogynist issue. It is not racist to talk about white working class boys failing in education. It is something that we should all care about. And as a white working class man, I think it is frankly disgraceful how I have kept being ignored about this. And that's why I want cross-party support on this. I want us to come together today and finally say as a city that we are going to address this problem. Because we believe that educational attainment, the educational attainment gap remains too large, and that the national and local strategies should be focusing on understanding and acting against the barriers to attainment for all groups, so that no one is being forgotten or ignored. We believe that local action is imperative, regardless of any national changes, and that the findings of that Select Committee report should be incorporated into work already happening in Birmingham to address those issues. And some of those key findings are, we've currently got an inclusion strategy coming up. I would like to see white working class boys included in that inclusion strategy. I'd like to see the Everyone's Business, Everyone's Battle updated as well to include that. And finally, something that I've always been talking about is we must be working more to develop some kind of marketing strategy as a city so that we're targeting young and disenfranchised people in this city. We can't just keep relying on the same old methods. They do not work. Support my motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Debbie Clancy to second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, as already outlined, today's motion is about acknowledging the concerning statistics of attainment gaps, including gender attainment gaps, and what we can do collectively at a local level to help in addressing those gaps. As outlined, the Parliamentary Education Select Committee report clearly tell us nationally that disadvantaged white working class pupils, particularly eligible for FSM, which is free school meals, are not meeting the expected standards, meaning a low percentage are achieving GCSEs in maths and English compared to other groups, which then impacts on their future options into higher education and other avenues of growth. We also note these same gaps include some ethnic groups here in Birmingham who also require our localised support. This motion today is not a negative against the good work that is happening in many of our schools already, as we know some of the challenges in our city range from disparities due to location, such as geographically obtaining more skilled and experienced teachers for those schools in those deprived areas, as well as other barriers within communities which require extra support. However, the statistics of those gaps are clear, and therefore this motion aims to accept those statistics and the reality, and as a city accept our responsibility in closing those attainment gaps as best we can. And that is why we have outlined in the motion ways we can help to resolve that at a local level in conjunction with the national work that is actually already taking place. We have recently requested the Education and Children's Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee put the Birmingham Education Partnership back onto the agenda, which has been done. And so we aim to hear an update on their work programme across our schools in the coming weeks, including how they may also be supporting in addressing those gaps. It has been said before, but the education sector has a critical role to play in reducing inequalities in society, and school closures during the pandemic have disproportionately impacted poorer students. Hence the Council's digital inclusion strategy, very welcome, and the government's integration of the catch-up funding for schools. Again, welcome. But more improvements are still required at a targeted local level with the council's help, including for this cohort of underperforming children. And that's why we have our resolve that further findings should be incorporated into existing and developing strategies of the council. Lord Mayor, there is also a focus not only on the current need for better attainment of grades, but the need for more targeted wraparound and creative support. Perhaps schools ring-fencing a percentage of pupil premium for other enrichment opportunities. One of this council's priorities is Birmingham is an entrepreneurial city to learn, work and invest in. And I would not challenge that statement other than to say how much emphasis is really being given to those pupils across all cohorts, as well as disadvantaged white pupils, to capture them early enough before they filter into NEETs or unnecessary unemployment and the multi-generational disadvantage. In other words, pupils who accept family patterns and don't have the confidence to be part of the other options known as third-generation unemployment. This is sometimes known as falling into the fear factor and feeling inadequate to achieve better, even when vocational training and apprenticeships are out there. For those of us of a certain age who remember only the yellow pages and a dialing phone in the living room, that is all we had other than the trip to the library. And I just want to very quickly, because I'm going to run out of time, Lord Mayor, mobile phones today, digital and technology we have is far more at our fingertips than it ever has been before. And I think we should use that as entrepreneurship and a way forward with our youth. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I have two amendments which will be debated with the motion. I call upon Councillor John Hunt to move the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Morrow, for bringing your passion to the Council and raising some very, very important issues. I read the Select Committee report, and unfortunately there is one flaw in it, which is that the headline of white working class is attention-grabbing, but the problem is that what it focuses on is pupils on free school meals, and that's how it defines the problem. And of course, working class, lots of people identify as working class, but the issue raised was about pupils and students from disadvantaged backgrounds, and in particular of white heritage, particular boys, but also other groups. And our amendment raises some issues about how the council maybe should be keeping a closer eye on what is happening. And some history, because Councillor Clancy mentioned being of a certain age. Well, I'm of a certain age where I brought a report to council in 2008, jointly with a cabinet member when I was chair of education scrutiny, because we've been looking at these things. And I will talk about this, because it was a pivotal moment when, frankly, I think things started to go wrong. Not necessarily in Birmingham, but nationally. And that report, just out of interest, referred back to the 1950s, when very shockingly, the scores of girls were downmarked because girls were outperforming boys back in the 1950s in the 11+ exams. That was shocking. That was happening. That was discrimination against women at the time. Now we have to try and balance the aptitudes of different pupils and students across the board. So in 2008, we've been focusing very much on what happened to the pupils who were left behind who didn't get those key GCSEs. And we've been looking at something called functional literacy and numeracy as an alternative route for learning and ensuring that most students emerge from school with literacy and numeracy. Then the new Labour government, bless its heart, came along with something called the National Challenge, and that was the first time it embedded GCSE English and GCSE Maths as a criteria and the standard that schools were to achieve. Bang went functional literacy and numeracy, and we brought it some speed. We circumvented the normal process and jointly brought a report to Council about this based on the detailed analysis we've been receiving about gender achievement, ethnic minority achievement, class-based achievement, socio-economic achievement, and raising the issues of both where the disparities were in the city, which groups were underperforming, which neighbourhoods were underperforming, but also what would happen if there was a focus on GCSE Maths and English when already a significant proportion well, at that time, a very significant proportion of students were not going to get those. And in fact, the end result of placing targets of that kind is that schools focus on the marginal students and pupils who they think they can get through English and Maths GCSE at the expense of those being left behind. The story goes on because it wasn't just Labour. The coalition came along and introduced the EBAC, which extended that focus on academic GCSEs. And on top of that, it extended the academy programme, which again fragmented schools. And Birmingham at the time, championed it had been by Professor Brighouse, had a very, very good record on education, of schools working together and on focusing on where students were being left behind, and focusing what needed to be done. The academy programme started to rip that all to shreds, and we refer to that in our amendment indirectly, talking about cooperation between schools and enabling schools to work together, so that it's not just some schools, some good academies that are moving students forward, but that all are able to do so. I give some credit to the new Prime Minister, because some of his education proposals have emerged, and he's talked about introducing a new baccalaureate which would include a vocational option. And everybody now recognises that vocational options is somewhere in the answer. But he's also talked about elite technical institutions. And I'm not sure what that means, and it worries me, because we don't want to go back to funneling students into one route or another. The whole point is that at different times in their life, young people get on better with some things than others. Some young people are turned off by the academic nature of the English and Maths GCSE, but may realise they need literacy and numeracy as they need skills for other things that they want to do. And they need to have that route back to enhance their skills across the board. So I worked with my own party after 2011 because I didn't like what the coalition was doing. And eventually the Liberal Democrats got round to a good package on vocational education, mixing it in with everything else, so that students would have a real choice throughout their academic careers as to how much they were engaged in practical skills and how much they were engaged in academic stuff. But by the time we got it embedded, the coalition was on its way out, and we were stuck with the EBAC and the academy programme. So what the coalition did leave us was a pupil premium. And where I quarrel with the Labour amendment is a reference to brutal years of austerity, because actually until 2015 education spending was quite level. The problem we have now, and the real worry we have now, of course, is that as we enter a new period of retrenchment, schools are already on the edge. And if there's any more squeeze on school budgets, we're going to see them going by the board, or packed away into academy programmes where they're not accountable and we don't know what's going on, because they cannot balance their budgets. So we are in a very perilous time, and it is going to be very challenging for the Council to move forward on this agenda. But I think there's more that can be done. I think a scrutiny committee maybe can learn from what we used to get in the past. I looked at some of the recent reports. The only report I found which does ethnic minority analysis was the report on exclusions, not the report on achievement. You should be able to get data across the board to see what's going on in our city, and then help to move students and pupils along at their own pace to achieve what they can achieve to the best, so they're not left behind anymore. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call Councillor Paul Tilsley to second the First Amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. When I was a lad growing up, the system in Birmingham was fairly simple. You had LEA schools, you had the church schools, and you had basically grammar and then independent schools. It was a cohesive system. What happened then was that Andrew Adonis came along in 2006 and introduced academies. And the whole idea of academies was that it should take on failing schools, help them improve, and then they go off into the big wide world. We then had Mr. Gove take over education, and he spearheaded the whole academy programme. And I know for a fact, because I used to sit in the next office to the leader of the council, that virtually every Monday morning, the leader of the council, Mike Whitby, would get a call from Gove asking how many schools had academised during that last week. We've now got a situation, Lord Mayor, where we've got a fragmentation of educational provision. We have, within the wider community, city technology colleges. We've still got LEA schools. We've got a variety of academies. Nobody can actually tell me how many academies are operating in Birmingham. That is how fragmented the system is. Then we've got a variety now of church schools, not just Catholic and Church of England. We've got a variety of church schools. And we've got, as I say, academies, independent schools, and we've still got grammar schools. How possibly can we provide a cohesive educational offer with that diversity? It's virtually impossible, I have to say. I have a lot of sympathy with the mover of the motion, because I was a working class white boy. I managed to get to the age of 50 to find out that I was dyslexic. It's a bit of a kick in the teeth, you know. You've gone from the thick kid at school who couldn't spell to finding out that all the time, while you were being disruptive and slapped round the ear hole, you'd got problems which weren't picked up. Thank goodness our modern educational system is beginning to pick up special needs issues like that, so that children can play a full part in their education and achieve. I did achieve eventually. I got a BA and I got an MA, but it took me the hard way to do it. And you think how many children in Birmingham have been failed by the system because their special needs weren't picked up, and even more so because of the fragmented educational system that we've got. The last point that I wanted to make really is so important. There's two. The first is corporate parenting. How many children in care are actually achieving in education? When you look at the stats, they are embarrassingly poor. And yet we as corporate parents have got a responsibility to those children to help them achieve not only at school but in life. And unfortunately we are failing. I second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Colleagues, I have to say that we are very conscious of time at the moment, but I am going to call Councillor Karen McCarthy to move the second amendment, but it does look as though there will be no time for debate. Thank you. Councillor Karen McCarthy.
I'm moving the amendment which appears on the order paper in my name and that of Councillor John Cotton. It's important when we look at this issue in Birmingham that we look at Birmingham data. Examples and anecdotes can bring this to life, but we need to keep the evidence and data at the heart of our efforts to improve educational experience and attainment for children from all our communities. Local data does indeed show that Gypsy and Roma children have the worst outcomes, and Councillor Cotton and I have conversations about this on a regular basis, followed by white British and black Caribbean background pupils who are entitled to free school meals. But I'm encouraged by what I've seen since I took on this role. The Birmingham Education Partnership Conference had a major emphasis on inclusion, and by inclusion I mean the opposite of exclusion, keeping children in school, with an Ofsted inspector explaining how much importance they place on inclusion in mainstream schools. I missed the session at that conference led by Mark Finnis, but I know that his work on restorative practice is informing work on improving attainment across our schools. His book opens with a description of a child arriving late at school, with the wrong shoes and no homework, and how finding out the reasons in the particular case that the child has had to drop younger siblings off at a different school on the way in, and that there's no money at home for the right shoes. How finding out the reasons enables school to help and keep him in school rather than send him home. This goes right across our communities and will be particularly important as we go into this winter. I was also fortunate to attend the United Nations Rights Respecting Schools celebration, where pupils performed song, dance and spoken word pieces to celebrate their United Nations rights as children. And this programme gives children from all backgrounds the confidence to expect good education which respects them as individuals, and we're hoping that many more schools will join that programme. In our manifesto for the 2022 elections, we did indeed commit to improve the attainment of white working class and black Caribbean boys. I've been through this twice this afternoon, the Tory manifesto, and I've found no similar commitment. There is a wealth of data and analysis available, much of it with wider support than the Select Committee report. But as I stated at the start, what is imperative is the data and the analysis of that data for Birmingham's pupils and the factors which are going to impact on them. We can't discuss this subject without looking at the impact, past, present and future, of austerity and real-term cuts to education. The evidence does show that family income is a predictor of educational attainment. So we do need to get to that positive spiral upwards of good family income, good educational attainment, leading to even better family prosperity. And it's so important in that context that we show children and young people what their future can be. And that's in terms of, from primary, showing them what they can achieve, whether it's in terms of entrepreneurship. The subject of co-ops goes down very well with young people as well, when it's actually put to them that this is something they can do in the future. Our amendment places the requirements for educational funding where it belongs with the government. Our children and young people need to see the pledged increase in spending to the real-term levels of 2010 actually delivered. And we also note that the £1.7 billion worth of tax exemptions currently supporting independent schools should be used to close the attainment gap in state schools. We are running out of time, so I'll stop there. I move the amendment and hope there's time to hear my colleague John Cotton.
Could I ask Councillor Cotton to second it without any debate, please?
Lord Mayor, despite having crafted the finest speech of my career, I will happily formally second.
Thank you. Thank you for that. As I said earlier, we don't have time for debate, but I would like to call on Councillor Simon Morell to reply. Briefly, please.
Briefly, it's a shame. Okay, I'm going to focus my energy on what Paul Tysley said then, and thank you, Councillor Hunt, for the compliment. But I was actually the opposite. I was falsely diagnosed as dyslexic in year 2, so I had to do like special Wellington Square stuff through primary school. And when I got to secondary school, the nurse actually did a proper dyslexic test where you put like coloured paper over, and I could read perfectly fine, and the nurse said you're not dyslexic. But by then the damage had already been done, so that kind of led me to be, a bit rebellious and stuff. So you can also falsely diagnose people. And I just want to say as well, on the topic of austerity, a lot of this actually started, it's both parties, Labour and Conservative, frankly, and it did start under Tony Blair's education, of sending 50% of pupils off to university, which in my view was a massive mistake because not everybody should be encouraged to go to university. But yeah, I'm going to talk on the amendments. I'm going to support the Lib Dems. I've already been over and spoke to Councillor Ward. Now, even though you have
We
put
have
a lot
1
in
minute
here,
left, Councillor Morrell.
even though
sorry.
you've put a lot in here, I was prepared to support it. It was just one item where you talk about ending tax exemptions for independent schools. It's against Conservative policy, national Conservative policy, so we simply can't. We can't. And your excuse is saying it's Labour policy, but this is Birmingham City Council policy. We don't care what the national policy is, and if you were to remove that, I would support. If you would remove that, I'd be prepared to support it. So, but you're not prepared to, and that's a shame.
Thank you, Councillor Morrell. We would now like to go to the vote. Thank you.
Therefore,
Please
I will support
sit now, Councillor Morrell.
the Lib Dems.
We will now go
But
to the
unfortunately,
vote.
can't support the Labour amendment. Thank you, Chair.
We will now vote on the First Amendment proposed by Councillor John Hunt and seconded by Councillor Paul Tilsley. Those in favour? That is carried. We will now vote on the Second Amendment proposed by Councillor Karen McCarthy, seconded by Councillor John Cotton. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That is lost. Sorry. Carried. Sorry.
Carried, sorry. It's carried. It's her fault. Sorry, it's carried. It's been a long day. It's carried. A substantive motion.
Yes, so that- We'll now vote on the motion as amended. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? That is carried. And that concludes the business of today's meeting. Thank you all for attending and safe journey home. I can get out of here.
Yeah.